There we go. Ooh, maybe we're lucky. Hey, darn. I feel like this would definitely be a better. Hey, Macy. Let me get this off of here. I know it's twitchy. All right. So I told everybody in class today I'm going to give them time to work on their portfolio. Same for you guys online. I want Wednesday to run as smoothly as possible. Today's our first day. I'm going to 2:30. Not that I know for sure that this is true, but if I had to guess, you'll probably have more homework this week than you even have before. I could be wrong from your other classes. Because of the possibility of that, I want to make sure that you guys aren't overwhelmed for Wednesday and have plenty of time to get this stuff done. That way it's not put on the back burner and then this portfolio conference goes poorly this Wednesday for my 8A people. Remember, B-Day people, if you have not met with me last week, you will need to meet with me this Wednesday in addition to the 8A people. So I want to give you time to work on that stuff. If you have questions or need help, I'm going to keep the stream on. I'll be here to answer them. We can email back and forth, etc. I'll be going through and doing comments on portfolios today. That's the idea. The 3 required posts that you're going to need for this week. You're going to need one about, actually, you know what? Let's turn the board cam on. There it is. It kind of tells you. And sorry for the flickering again. The 3 posts you're going to need are a multiplication, subtraction, addition post, something like that. You're also going to need a segment addition postulate post. Remember, that was that one from Google Classroom that we played around with. It had the square, the rectangle, and then that L shape. And then we have the angle addition postulate, where it just says you're allowed to add up the angles, right? So you don't really need to talk about angle addition postulate that much. You just need to prove vertical angles theorem. That's what we did last week. Remember, we were able to show that the 2 green angles right here are congruent. And we knew that because this is a straight line. We know that green and pink must make 180. And if green and pink make 180, and this angle make 180, then you can subtract pink from both sides, and it turns out these 2 angles will be the same, right? That's vertical angle theorem. So proving that is important. I would talk about the difference between postulate and theorem. Right, postulates are leaps of faith, more or less. They're things that we have to assume in order to do math. And then theorems are proven. I apologize for the incredibly twitchy camera. I'm going to work on getting one that's similar in quality to this that doesn't twitch. So those are the 3 things you need. Macy, did that answer your question? Remember, multiplication, addition, subtraction, you choose one of those, you explain different methods that you can use to solve a problem that you make up, or one that you can take from Google Classroom, and explain why it works, right? Why are we allowed to think of 51 times 5 as 50 times 5 plus 1 times 5, right? 50 groups of 5 plus 1 groups of 5 is 51 groups of 5. Same idea, right? So Chase is here, Grant is here, Macy's here. I don't see Parker, Paul, or Geraldine. So for those of you guys just tuning in, today I'm giving you time to work on your portfolios because there may or may not be more homework for you guys this week since you're at school more. And I want to make sure that you guys are ready to go for Wednesday and that you're not being overwhelmed by any extra work you might have in addition to this. So that is the plan. So work on your portfolios. I'm going to keep the camera on. I'll be hanging out here if you need any help. In fact, what I'm going to do, I think, is I'm going to unplug this camera and it should freeze it right on the screen and then it won't be so twitchy. Hopefully I don't unplug it when it's twitching. There you go. So those are the 3 things you need. Again, if you have questions, let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to give you guys the time to work on stuff. People in class, if you have questions, need help on something, let me know. If you want to know what I mean by that, or if you need help on it. Wednesday is for 8A people, not for you guys. You guys will do it next week, unless you are a B-Day person that did not meet with me the week before. If you're behind on that, then you're going to have to meet with me this Wednesday as well. So Chase, we met, right? It's been a while, I forget, but we met last week, or the last time, right? So we're good to go. All you have to worry about is not this week, but next week. Hey, Paul. So, Paul, let me catch you up on what I was telling everybody else. As you can see up here on the board, those are the 3 things that I need for the portfolio. You are a B-Day person, Paul, so you don't have to worry about. Normally, you wouldn't have to worry about showing me that stuff this Wednesday. However, since I didn't meet with you last time when I was supposed to, I'm going to need to meet with you this Wednesday along with the 8A people. So those are the 3 things you need. You need either a post about multiplication, addition, or subtraction, explaining your method, why it works, right? Why can we think of, like, if I give you a problem like 52 times 7, you know, maybe one of your methods that you demonstrate is that, look, this is the same thing as 50 times 7 plus 2 times 7. And the reason this works is because it's 50 groups of 7 and 2 groups of 7 making 52 groups of 7, right? It's the same question, just asked in a different way. But this is a lot easier to answer. That's 350. That's 14, 364. So I'll need one of those posts. I'll also need the segment addition postulate. Remember, that's the one from Google Classroom where it had the 3 shapes and we had to figure out the L's around it. So we had a square and we knew this much was 7 or something, right? It was broken up into a bunch of different segments. Right, I think it was 4 different segments. We had to figure out the rest of the square. And then eventually we had this weird shape that we didn't really complete in class. And they wanted you to find the perimeter. That one's on Google Classroom. There's also, I mean, you can go on YouTube and check out the videos as well. In addition, the last one that I need is angle addition postulate / vertical angle theorem. So you need to be able to prove vertical angle theorem. In other words, this is a straight line. Let me make sure I'm showing you this. Oh, I'm not. Okay. Here, let me pop this off. There we go. So 52 times 7 you can rewrite like this, right? Here's the example of what we did earlier. And then we know this is a straight line, so we know that this angle right here, even though it's not really an angle, right? It's kind of silly to call this an angle, but it is. It's 180 degrees. And so when I put another line here, this angle and this angle, whatever they are, must still add to 180. How do we prove that the top and the bottom are always the same, right? Well, I know that whatever this angle is will add with purple to be 180, right? Because it's on a straight line. And I know that the red and purple add up to 180. So I can subtract that purple angle that they share and prove that the red and the green are the same, right? So We know this to be true. Right? Red and purple are 180, and explain why that is, right? Because they're on a straight line, so it's a straight angle. Green and purple are 180. And so I know that red and purple equals the same thing as green and purple. So I can write that. Right? If they both equal 180, then they equal each other. And then I know through the property of equality that allows us to subtract something from both sides and still have it be the same, that when I subtract purple from both sides, all I'm left with is this. And so I've proven that the green and the red angles are actually the same. We talked about how would you prove that for the other set of angles, right? So proving vertical angles theorem, that the two side angles or the two top angles, your choice, are congruent when you have an x. And then I'm talking about the difference between angles and postulates. Right, postulates are leaps of faith. Postulates and theorems. Postulates are leaps of faith, whereas theorems are proven, right? Like we just proved this last guy here. That's the idea. So I'll need to see those plus the stuff from earlier. If you want to check what other people have on their portfolios to see to make sure that you've got what you need, you can go there, or you can stay here and ask questions. I'm going to keep the camera rolling. That is the plan. Okay. Yeah, so check those out. Make sure you've got those 3 posts plus stuff from last time. And then we'll do our conference on Wednesday. Try to get that done as soon as possible. That way it's out of the way. Also, so I can give you some comments before we meet, because that would always be helpful. It's always really helpful to be able to read your stuff before we meet, because then I don't have to spend time reading it while we're doing the conference, right? We're only going to have about 10 minutes. I will construct a sign-up sheet. I don't know when it'll be up, but when it is, I'll tell you, okay? I'll send you all an email. Cool. Just haven't seen Geraldine or Parker. Everybody in here doing okay? For real? Okay. type it. Not even using the voice to text with it. Wow.
No, I do that at home.
Here. How about you? You all right? I know you're old. No? How can I help you? I don't even know. All right, let's talk. Gotcha. You want some paper? That help? Like if did you get your multiplication one done? Or gotcha. So we're talking multiplication, what problem did you look up? Oh, that one. Like all the different ways to do this. You think of it as like a lot easier, right? But there's something there. Like doing 8 times 76, zero on there. And 9 times 76 is so bad because you think that is like 10 times 76. So that's one group too many. Good. Track 76. 760 minus it. Track 60. 10 more. Now I'm at 690. Track 6 more. So this guy, 8 times 7. Not too bad. Same thing here. If you wanted to, another way to do it would be like you do 10 times 7. Subtract 2 and just add 0. Subtract. And eventually we're gonna like put 0 in. So I'm gonna write. Do this first and then add 0. We added 0. So 76 times 2 is 123. And then 2 and 6 make 12, right? There, 12 more is 1. Minus 152. Okay. Hey, how would you do this? 700 minus 1. 10. Then 6 minus 2. Starting out with, no, it's okay. Starting out with 2 is kind of hard because now you've got 7, 58 you've got to deal with. That could be a hard number to keep here. Taking off 100, take off 60, take off 50, 6, 10, take off 2, 2, 1. That's going to be it. Now you've got these 2. Yeah, you got it. Now we have 4, 1 if you want. Got 7. That's one way of doing it. Another way, it's kind of interesting. It's the way I kind of saw online. Link to the Twitter post. Yeah. Oh yeah, we talked about that. So like, your question, why is it so much easier? Because this is just the same thing as that you did, right? And so this is making terms of quarters. So if we have like 90 quarters, very similar to that. How much did we say 90 quarters? Like 22, something like that. Yeah, that would make sense. 2250. We wanted one less quarter, right? So it's going to be 2225. Is that accurate? Let me double check that. So how many quarters? If it was 80 quarters, you know it's $20. So 10 more quarters would be $2.50. Yeah, so that's that. One less quarter would be $80. And we have times it by. That's 6,675. So now we know the answer to this. 6,675. So what do we want? We want this. We want that. We want more than I'm gonna add 100 and subtract it. 7, 7. And I get 6, 7. Try that out, okay? So after that, how do you feel about this back here? Not so much. What? Yeah. So, have to be 180. Have to be 180. Subtract the middleman, right? Okay. Give that a shot. If you get that done, then I'll try to take a look at it and give you some feedback. Oh, hi, Lorley. That is the plan. I'll see you guys Tuesday online, but Wednesday in person for portfolio stuff. Take care. Hope you don't get a lot of homework. Good morning. Hey, what's up? I like your hair.
Thanks!
Are you
excited? Yeah, we'll talk reading.
As you can see on the board, I've got the 3 things that you need for your portfolio this Wednesday, because you are 8A people. Also, like the required, right? And then people, well, none of you guys would fall into that.
What? Picture that so I can
Oh, of course, yes.
Yeah. Well, no. Well,
And
yeah.
then make sure you have a Chromebook today, because I'm going to give you time to work on stuff, because I know this week you're probably going to have more homework than usual from my other classes. And I don't want that to get in the way of the portfolio stuff, so I want to make sure you give you time today. So make sure you have your Chromebook.
Mr. Max, ready? To the bathroom.
Yes, you may come here.
I made that! No, you didn't. Yes, I did! Marissa, stop! Okay.
Down. Oh, gotcha. So it's like under. Yeah, it's not here. Go. Hi. Yeah. Make sure you have your Chromebooks today. Again, if you haven't heard already, I'm giving you time to work on your portfolio. People in chat, stay here so I can give you updates. I just want to make sure Wednesday goes well, and I know this week with us being back to closer full-time school, I know some of you expressed concern that you might have more homework now than you even had before, which was quite overwhelming. Again, I don't know if that's the case or not, but I take those concerns seriously. And so I want to make sure that doesn't interfere with Wednesday's portfolio stuff or cause you to feel like, oh my God, it's all coming down on me, I can't get this stuff done, and you stress out about it. So I want to give you some time in class today where you can just knock that out. Just want to be helpful. Yeah, people in chat, stick around. As you can see on the board, I have listed the 3 things that are required for this week. If you didn't meet with me last week and get that taken care of, or you met with me and I said, hey man, we're going to wait for a grade on this because this was pretty garbage or something, or you need to fix a bunch of stuff, you'll need this. You'll need that stuff to show me for this Wednesday. So B-Day people that did not meet with me last week, you're going to show me last week's stuff this Wednesday. A-Day people, this is what you're owing me, right? If you're an 8A person that didn't meet with me last week, then you owe me a lot, right? You owe me this stuff and the stuff from before. I will have a sign-up sheet thing online, sign up for times. The plan right now is to give 10-minute slots. I'll have that up soon. I don't know when, but I'll send out an email to everybody about that. Once the bell rings, I'll say this all again. Start off right away, walk in, tell me all your stuff. Y'all have a restful weekend? No? Oh, I'm sorry. This is actually the first one in a long time that felt restful. Like, I woke up on Saturday and it was like, what am I doing today? I've got like 5 different things to do, but I don't have 100. I have to do stuff that wasn't at work. Kind of cool. Like, we should do that more often. All right, so people in chat while I take attendance again. If you look on the board, hey Ethan, those are the 3 things that are required for this Wednesday for A-Day people. That's what you need. So people in class, that's for them. B-Day people, you're gonna need that for next week's stuff in addition to whatever else we learn between now and then. So it's a good idea to get this stuff done. It's just not due Wednesday for you guys. If you are a B-Day person that did not meet with me last week or bombed their portfolio view or whatever, right? You owe me that stuff for this Wednesday, okay? Not this stuff on the board, but the stuff that you didn't get done last time. You owe me that, okay? If you are an A-Day person that did not meet with me last week, then you owe me this stuff and that stuff for this Wednesday. We gotta get you caught up. That puts 80 people in kind of a bind. That's why one of the reasons why I wanted to give you guys today to be able to work on some portfolio stuff and have me right here so you can ask questions if you want. You can work together in class, whatever you need to do. And then also, I know with this being a 2:30 dismissal time now instead of 1:05, the concern has been brought to me that potentially you could have more homework in the rest of your classes. And I don't want this class to ever feel like it's throwing onto that pile. And so as we transition into that, I wanted to give you time to work on stuff in class. That way you can get it done out of the way, or at least spend a good amount of time on it here to get a good chunk of it done. That way you're not stressing about how you're going to get that done, plus all the extra homework you may or may not have this week, right? So that was my goal. That sound like a plan? Okay. So if you guys want to get started on your Chromebook, go ahead. The 3 things we have up there, as you can see, are you need a multiplication, subtraction, or addition post, one of them. Please explain your method. If you want to look up interesting methods, you can go and click on the Twitter link that I gave you, because that's where I get a lot of these questions, especially the 89 times 76 one. There's a really interesting way that someone solved it on Twitter. If you want to check that out. If you want to do multiplication, again, explain why, if you get a problem like 52 times 5, that you're allowed to do 50 times 5 and then 2 times 5, right? Why does that work? The second one is the segment addition postulate. Remember, postulates are things that we take a leap of faith on. They can't be proven. So all you're talking about is what makes it a postulate, right? You know, putting the pieces back together. And how we used it to solve the 3 problems that we had there, right? We had the square, the rectangle, and then the weird shape. That's on Google Classroom if you want to snag that image or relook at that problem. Also, you can always go on YouTube and check stuff out. The third one is the angle addition postulate, which is basically just the angle version of the segment. The idea being that, look, I have a line, which means it all adds up to 180, this angle, right? And if I break that up, let me do this. You guys are seeing what I'm seeing, right? Awesome. So, angle addition postulate is basically just saying, look, if I know this is 180 to begin with, or whatever it is, right? If I know it's 180, 200, something like that, it's still going to be 180, even after I split it up into a bunch of different angles, right? All those 3 angles still will add up to 180. That's all angle addition postulate says. You're allowed to break it up and put it back together, and it's going to be the same. Now, we use that to prove vertical angles theorem. Now, when I say theorem, remember that means it's provable. And we prove that if you have an x, right, a line and another line, that this angle here and this angle here must add to 180. Why? Because originally they did, before I split it, right? It's a straight line. They have to add it to 180. Now, how do we prove vertical angles theorem? Remember, vertical angles theorem is saying that, look, the top and the bottom are going to be the same always in an x. And the left and the right are going to be the same as well. We proved that separately. So we said the way to prove that is to say, look, I'm going to prove that the top and the bottom are the same by saying, I know blue and purple must add up to 180, right? And the reason for that, which I will state, is that, well, they make up a straight line. And straight lines have 180 degrees, right? We cool with that so far? That's what we said last time. I also know, by the same logic, that red and purple must add up to 180. Well, if blue and purple add up to 180 and red and purple add up to 180, then they must equal each other, right? They both equal 180. So we can say that they both equal each other. And then we can use the power of subtraction to subtract a purple angle from both sides. Use this little therefore symbol if you want. Therefore, we know that blue equals red. Right, we subtract the same amount from both sides. It's gone. All that we're left with is this equation, blue equals red. And we know that's true because after we subtract something from both sides, it's still going to be a true statement, right? That's a property of equality. And that proves that top and bottom angles in an X are always going to be the same, otherwise known as vertical angles theorem. If you want to prove the left and right sides as well, the horizontal parts as well as the vertical, or explain why that's not a hard proof to do if you know how to do the first one, that would be awesome, but not necessary. So again, just to sum up, give me a multiplication, subtraction, or addition post and explaining your method and why it works. Give me a segment addition postulate post that's talking about how we did those different shapes right there and why it makes sense, what segment addition postulate is. Talk to me about vertical angles theorem and what that is and why it's true, and prove it, just like I did here. Again, make sure you provide your reasoning, not just the math. Why is this true? Well, because they are on a line. Same logic here. Why do I know that these equal each other? Well, if they both equal 180, then they both equal each other, right? How do I know this is true? Well, after I subtract purple from both sides, I know that the equation will still be true. So it turns out blue and red are the same, and all I said was that we had two lines intersecting. Cool. Would anybody like me to come over and check out their portfolio right now? Need any help? No? All right, well then the time is yours to use. People online, I'm going to take attendance real quick so I don't drop out. Let me take a look. So I see Lauralee and Sarah and Jaden and Ethan and Haley and Jace. So I do not see Nate, but I see everybody else, it looks like. Yeah, I see Jaden, so we're good to go. All right, people in class, yeah. So people online, if you want to get started on that, that would be a good idea. Again, your stuff isn't due this Wednesday, but it will be due next Wednesday. So I would use this time to get that taken care of so I don't get overwhelmed. In addition to all the stuff we'll be learning. So Lauralee's here, Katie's here, Marissa's here. I saw Annie, I saw Shion, and I saw everybody else, so we're good. Nope, you're good to go. If you want to stay here and you want to, or if you want to pop back in, I'm going to keep the stream running. You can ask questions, Jace, if you need help on something. But in general, I want you to use this time for portfolio. So if you're good, you can take off. You can always come back in. I'm going to leave the camera running, okay? Oh. What? What's that? You need the charger? One of the new ones. Let me see if I can. I have one for you. This feels new. I think this is a new. That's not it. Oh, it's like USB Type C. Okay. Dang, getting fancy. I don't know. Do you want to go borrow a charger from the tech office? Probably be the best idea. Is that okay? Of course. Yes. Take your time. And make sure you tie those shoes up so when you run to the bathroom, you don't trip. You stretch. Right. Don't pull a hammy. Whoa. Socks is crunchy and the nail is on. On a different level. Forgot your wire. The bulb app? Ooh, yikes. Has anyone used the bulb app to actually type something up? Is it Garbo? Because I remember trying to use it and I thought it was awful. Your call. You can check it out and see if it's awful, but I believe it is. Everybody doing okay with portfolio stuff? Any questions I can answer? Anything I can help you with? Again, ideally, the goal is to get this stuff done before Wednesday so I can read it ahead of time and make that portfolio conference go by real fast. The more that I'm able to read ahead of time, the less I have to ask you about to explain in the conference. You know what I mean? Want to help. Hey, it sort of works with that. Is this one you've done previously, or is this one you did? What you're doing isn't bad. I don't know. Those might be you're asking. So if you're going to talk about addition, and you're going to make up a problem, let's make up something interesting. So like 34 and 25. Wouldn't be that interesting? It's probably the best way to do it. I mean, you can explain if you want, right? Like, hey, 9 and 5, 50, right? And that's something. It's probably more interesting to give yourself a problem where you got like an 8 here, and maybe like, I don't know, 6, potentially. I don't know, this one's not that bad either, but still. When you're doing this, now you get the 8 and 5 thing, you got to carry them. You can explain that, that's really good. Another way to think about this is you could say, look, this is just 40 plus 65. That's 105, yeah? But I went over by 2. You see what I'm saying? And that's kind of cool, because, like, I can do that in my head if I'm at a Pizza Hut and need to pay, like, 10%, you know, obviously. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's an interesting strategy that, for some reason, like, you spent how many years adding and subtracting? No one bothered to be like, hey, by the way. Hard problem made very easy. And then the subtraction one, for those of you guys that want to write about that, remember subtraction is distance. And so the idea that 6 minus, actually, let's just keep it pop. Let's do 13 minus 6 should be the same thing as 10 minus 3. Right, if I shift them both over by the same amount, see how I moved them both by 3, same direction, I made them 3 smaller. 7, boom, done. Like 13 minus 6, I have to think about in my head for a second. 12 minus 6, no big deal, right? 13 minus 6, I have to go, wait a minute, I'm not sure. The math anxiety. But as soon as I see this, it's like, oh yeah, I'm 100% sure. That's 7. I know that every day of the week. You know, and you can even like make this a little bit more interesting by making it like 43 minus 26. Let's do, let's go up actually. So I'm going to move this one up to 30. Done. Right? Oh no. I hope this doesn't feel like busy work. I know you guys feel like that a lot of your classes are busy work, and I would, in general, I don't know what your classes are like, but I know what it was like when I was in high school. I would agree. High school typically is a lot of it. I think this is valuable. I think it's a good perspective to have, especially as we start doing more in geometry. That's going to require you to do real math, like being able to look at a problem in a different way and think about it, right? Not calculation. What most of your math then probably. No 6 times 7. Oh, very good, Timmy. Who knows 7 times 8? Oh, close. Okay. The reason we start with this is because I think you guys can't handle it back, because I think it's good to get in the mentality of looking at things differently, seeing that it can help them. And it's good to start with something that you're already familiar with. Like most of you could probably figure out if you were really in a jam, 43 minus 26. And so when you do something crazy, you think about it in a different way, you kind of already know the answer 17. And so when you do something crazy, you're like, oh wow, it ended up being the same. Like, there's a pattern to that. Whereas if I just threw you into the deep end for geometry, it's like, look at this problem in a different way. You'd be like, well, I don't even know what the answer is normally. You can start with what you know before you move to something. Taking this idea and applying it over here. I hope you guys are starting to feel more comfortable with the portfolio. And again, I hope it doesn't feel like busy work. If it is, please talk to me, right? Because either one, I'm wrong and I need to change something, that way it's not busy work, which I'm totally open to. Or two, maybe you're attempting it in a way that makes it busy work, and I would hate for you to have to like grind through that, right? Maybe we can have a conversation and then it's like, oh, okay, if I don't do this, then it's not really busy work, and now it's no big deal, right? I don't know. Either way, the result's the same. It will be less miserable for you. I also want to be open about if you guys have like a big project coming up, you're like, man, Wednesday really sucks this week. I've got all this stuff going on with this other class. Tell me ahead of time. We can work something out. I just want to make sure you're not overwhelmed. This should not be a thing that like dragging you down. And to give you guys some freedom to deal with this one. If it becomes the opposite, not the opposite. Yeah.
Will you be here after?
Yeah, we can do that after school. We can try to squeeze it into Wednesdays. It's up to you. I'll be here. Yeah, that's cool. Let's do that then. Make sure you get your Chromebook. This could be a problem, right? But like, I want to record it so I can post it in Skyward and all that crap. So, yeah, that's cool. Yep. So for segment edition pasta, right, they gave you this like L thing, right? And we had to say how, well, actually, let's look that far down, but how would we use that to figure out the rest? Right, remember, angle addition, or segment addition postulate is just saying, I can take a segment, I'm gonna keep going, I think you got it now, but for everybody else. You can take a segment and divide it up into its pieces, and rearranging those will be no big deal. So like there were like 4 pieces over here for like a square or something, right? Remember that?
Right about this.
Yeah, segment addition postulate, why it works, why we take a leap of faith on it, right? And then how you used it to solve these. We didn't solve this one, I don't think, this class. But we got close. If you want to take a crack at that, that'd be cool. I can give you some feedback on it.
I think we talked about that one on like.
We got these two. I don't know if we got that one 100%. Might have discussed it. I know one kid, I think Logan. Logan's second hour or is he fourth hour? I think it's fourth hour. Fourth hour and second hour are very similar vibes. So second hour has very third hour. But he said like extending this out somehow. Yeah, Katie, you were talking about this, right? Didn't you say something about how like, oh, this right here is going to be the same as the green right there, and then we talked about, right? We didn't get it 100%, but we were on to some different ideas. And like most problems that I present, there's lots of ways to solve them. I don't feel like you have to extend it out. And then angle addition postulate, we didn't really specifically talk about, but it's just segment addition postulate with angles. So I can't remember if it was in here, but right, 180. All these angles still add up to 180, right? So if I know this guy's 180, or whatever the value is, right? Even though I cut it up, I still know that whatever these are, I don't know what they are individually, but I do know they add up to 180. That's angle addition, which allows us to do this, because then we can say these two are 180, these two are 180, cut them up, knock them down. Remember, we're explaining too. I think this year we won't have as much of a problem as I've had in the past. Geometry's tough because it's like you show the math and you're like, I'm done. You don't do any explaining. We're not used to doing that. When I gave regular quizzes, one of the major things we had to get over the first like quarter was like you gotta explain the reason. That. So these equal 180. How do you know? Segment or angle addition. I think with the portfolio, you guys should be better with that, just because it kind of asks for you to explain it. Hoping by the end of the first quarter, you guys are really comfortable with this and we can just take it off. So far, the stuff you guys have done. Remember, don't be afraid to go check out other people's stuff. There's no real cheating. If you see someone working on an interesting problem, especially one of the optional ones on like Google Classroom, and you're working on that problem too or think it's interesting, team up with them, right? There's some problems that take a lot of work. Split the work. Again, no real cheating. Collaboration. Not sure whether you plan right now to bell to bell like I did last year. I've pretty much done that always. Or if I'm going to try and get you that work. I'm definitely going to try to do that. No, I got your back. I'll do what I can to help. I think we forget about that. And you should have had a start. Not yours, but.
Super close to the office for the bell ring.
If you will stand up, I'll get to it. No pressure. Guys, I'll see you in person. Well, actually, I'll see you online Wednesday and see you online tomorrow. Make sure you email me or get stuff, done so I can comment on it. Email me if you have questions so you're comfortable with Wednesday. I'll get a sign up and online. I'll send out an email for it. So you're good to go. And for future reference, don't forget to let me know if like Wednesday sucked for you or something because of a project in a different class or something or a test. Let me know if I can help. Yeah, like that. Like how can I? Like for your classes or this class? Oh, okay. For me, you know it's fine, right? Portfolio stuff? Okay, good. Okay. Gotcha. Yep. All right, made it on time. Sorry I had to run upstairs real quick. Okay. Welcome, 8A people. Hey, Max. All right, so I'm gonna give you a rundown of what we're doing today. In general, it's every day with the Chromebook. Let's start. Awesome. I want to make sure you guys have that.
When's our next step?
Exactly, and this is why we're having this conversation, because we've had it before, but I want to make sure you're aware. Wednesday. A-Day people, it's Wednesday, yep. B-Day people, it's the Wednesday after that. Here's what's essential up on the board. Make sure you guys stick around today for announcements. Now, you should be able to see the board now. Let me make sure it's what you're seeing. I took a picture of the board, so that's not actually live, as you can see. Because this thing flickers so badly. I brought in another camera, but it's too low quality. I'm going to see if I can get one of these that doesn't flicker. Well, either that or I'll go talk to Dwayne. Maybe he has some other ones of these that don't flicker. That would be ideal, because it would be cheapest free. And this one's actually pretty nice for what we need. Oh no, rip. Yeah, the stuff on the board is the essential stuff for this Wednesday. Tuesday, or B-Day people. You'll be meeting with me next Wednesday, obviously, and this stuff will be part of it. So don't think, oh, it's not due Wednesday, I don't need to do it. You do need to do it. It's just you have until next Wednesday before it's due, in addition to all the other stuff we're learning between now and then, right? So probably a good idea to get started on this stuff, especially since if you type it up, I can give you feedback ahead of time, and that's going to be essential, right? Once that bell rings, I'll reiterate that and go on with more announcements. Did y'all have a pretty good weekend, restful weekend? Oh. Yes or no?
I slept.
Oh, good for you. Volleyball? What about you? Oh, Missouri. Oh no.
He went down to Curious, so he's going back.
Gotcha. Is that a good good thing or a bad thing on the whole?
It is and then it's not, because he's spending like $400 at Bass Pro Shop.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, it's fun to watch other people spend money, I suppose. All right. So, yeah, stick around, guys. I'll do attendance in a second. I just want to reiterate what the plan is. So today, what I'm going to be doing in class, and again, B-Day people that are online, stick around. Make sure you hear all the announcements, and I'll get you out of here, okay? The plan for today in class is for you to work on your portfolios. Why am I doing this? Because this week we have a 2:30 dismissal now, and some of you expressed concerns that you are afraid that you might have more homework than you even had before, now that we're here with more school. Do I know whether you're going to have more homework or not? No, I don't know. I don't really talk to other teachers about that type of stuff. But in theory, it makes sense that you could, because we're here more, right? I don't want that to overwhelm you and make you behind on Wednesday. So as we transition to a 2:30 release time, the plan is to give you today to work on your portfolio stuff in class. So if you have questions, you can ask them and I can help you out, right? You guys can work together in class. People online, you can stay on the stream. I'm going to keep the stream going the whole time. You can ask questions. That's the idea. I also want to reiterate what you need for Wednesday. For 8A people, you need these 3 things that are over there on the board. I'll explain what they are in a second. B-Day people, you'll do this next Wednesday with those 3 things plus whatever we learn in the meantime, okay? If you are a B-Day person, so you're online right now, if you're a B-Day person that has not met with me for a portfolio review, or you bombed it, or we said, you know, come back another time, you need to meet with me this Wednesday, okay? You're going to show me that stuff, the stuff you owed me from before. If you need to figure out what that is, you can come talk to me or send me an email. 8A people that did not meet with me, and I don't think it applies to anybody in here because I only have 3 kids in here. But 8A people that did not meet with me will show me this stuff for the last couple weeks, plus the stuff before. So if you're an 8A person that didn't meet with me originally, you owe me double, right? So let's get that done, and I'll meet with you this Wednesday. The time slots will be available soon. I'll give you an email when they're up. They should be about 10 minutes each. That's the plan right now. So make sure you sign up. So B-Day people that did not meet with me before, you need to take one of those time slots eventually and sign up and show me stuff this Wednesday, okay? The things I'm looking for this Wednesday for 8A people, and we'll be looking for next Wednesday for B-Day people, are on the board. Let me explain those. So we have multiplication / subtraction / addition problem. Your choice, right? Whatever you want to do. If you're going to do it, make sure you explain why it works. So for instance, if I've got a problem like this, 52 times 7, I can break that down, right, into this. And the reason that works, I can explain, is because I have 50 groups of 7 and 2 groups of 7. Well, that's just 52 groups of 7, I think, right? And that's a much easier problem to solve. You can do that or find a more difficult one. The 89 times 76 one that's on Google Classroom is a really good multiplication problem. In fact, if you click the Twitter link that I included, there's some people that have solved it in some pretty interesting ways on Twitter. I would check that out. There's a thing that they do with quarters. It's really useful. Like, I will remember that the rest of my life, so I can do problems that are close to being times 75 whenever I want. Having that be a times 76 problem makes you able to do that. The other thing that you need is you need something about segment addition postulate. Remember, that's a postulate, so you need to explain what a postulate is, right? It's a leap of faith. It's not something we've proven. It's essential in order to be able to do math, right? We have to take some leaps of faith. And then remember, we did that problem on Google Classroom that had the rectangle, the square, and then the weird shape. Talk about how we use segment addition postulate to solve those. Remember, the idea is that you can take pieces of a line segment, like this L, right, and chop it up and rearrange it, and it'll still be the same length.
I was going off on those.
Yeah, exactly, right. Like, go for it. Really explain it. Like, that last one we never really got to, that weird shape. We didn't finish it, I don't think.
No.
But we got close. Try to go for that and explain your logic and reasoning behind that. It's okay if you're not right. Just make sure your reasoning is there so I can critique it and either be like, yeah, that's good, but what about this? Or I can say, okay, that's not what's going on here because of this reason. You know what I mean? Right? I don't need you to solve it and get the answer for credit. I need you to attempt it so I can, you know, help you get it and understand what's going on there. Then we need something about angle addition postulate, which we never really explicitly said. AAP, angle addition postulate. It's the same thing as segment addition postulate, except instead of adding segments, you're adding angles. So, for instance, I think it's pretty obvious that right here, that's a straight line. So, do you know what the red angle is, the green angle is, and the purple angle is? Do you know what they measure? You have no idea, right? But together, you do know they add up to what? 180, has to, right? So, just like how we're allowed to take a segment and break it up, And even if as long as it's 4 segments long, we know that it's 7 centimeters or something, right? Here, we don't know what they are individually, but we do know that they add up to 180 because they should sum to this entire angle right here, right? Which we do know is 180 because it's a line. And maybe it's not 180. Maybe you have another problem where it's like they all add up, they all add up to 40, right? You might not know what they are individually, but you do know that the 40, that can be useful. So that's what angle addition postulate is. If you want to talk about that, that's cool. What I really want you to focus on is the bottom half of that, proving vertical angles theorem. Remember, vertical angles theorem says that the vertical angles in an X are always the same. So for instance, we're trying to prove that the blue and the red are the same. That's vertical angles theorem, right? It says that they will be. And the reason for that is because this is a line. So we know by angle addition postulate that blue and purple must be 180, right? So I wrote that down. I also know by angle addition postulate that red and purple are 180 because they make up a line, right? Again, don't just write that down, explain why you know that, right? I'm allowed to add them up because of angle addition postulate, and I know they're 180 because they're on a line, right? Well, if they both equal 180, then they equal each other. That's fair. Then I know that this must be true. That's a therefore symbol. We're going to be using that a lot if you want to. I use it a lot at least. And the reason for that is if I subtract the same amount from both sides, I know from algebra that after I subtract the same amount from both sides, the equation will still be true, right? It doesn't change the equation. So when I subtract the same amount, both purples, I get a true equation afterwards, right? And that equation tells me that red and blue are the same. So I win. And then you do your little swag box, right? Proof done. So I want you to explain that. Don't just write the math. And if you want to, explain why the purple angle here and then this angle here would also be congruent, right? Vertical angles doesn't really just apply to the vertical ones. It also applies to the horizontal ones. And we talked about that a little bit. So those are the 3 things I need. Hopefully you've already done some of them because, again, this has been, 2 weeks coming. But if not, that's okay. Just get it done soon. That way I can get you feedback. Get it done soon. That way I can read it before the conference, right? We only have 10 minutes. And the more I read beforehand, the less you have to talk. Because the reading is you talking, right? So it can make it a lot easier on you. So getting it done early is a good idea because then I have time to read it, and then we can get in the conference and I can say, here's what I think about what you said, right? I hope that this portfolio stuff doesn't feel like busy work to you. I know a lot of high school when I was in it felt like busy work. I don't know, what it's like here because I've never been at this school. But I know a lot of high school was busy work, and that kind of frustrated me. And I know that with coronavirus, things are tight, and you guys feel like you've gotten a lot more homework than usual. I hope this is not adding on to that. I hope that this feels like something you can do that is meaningful, but isn't that difficult. It's not, causing you a lot of stress. If it is causing you a lot of stress, talk to me about it. Like maybe this Wednesday you have a test or something, and you're like, hey, could I just not do it Wednesday? Could I do it Thursday? Yeah, sure. Talk to me about it. Just make sure it's ahead of time, okay? Because I got to plan out my week around that. Lastly, before I let you go, this last thing I want to say. I'm not sure. I think I'm going to leave it at that. So people online, let me do attendance, and then I'll get you out of here. If you have questions, I'm going to leave this stream on so you can ask questions. But in general, you're free to go and work. Don't be afraid to work with others, guys. There is no cheating in here. Go and look at other people's posts to make sure you're doing stuff that makes sense. Read the comments. I've left them so you can make sure not to make the same mistakes or whatever, right? All right, so Lindsay's here, Geneva's here, Skylar's here, Maddie's here, Carter's here. I haven't seen Josh. Rowan's here, Max is here. Is Cliff here? I haven't seen Cliff. I do see Nevaeh, I do see Adam, I do see Steven. So Carter, what I would do is I'd go watch the beginning of this video for instruction if you weren't here, if you just got here now. Or I can re-explain stuff to you. Okay? Up to you, whatever you want to do. Just let me know in the comments, okay? What'd you say?
He was sleeping.
Yeah, probably. You know Carter?
Yeah, no Carter.
Yeah, give him a shout out. What's up?
Okay, so this, I was working on this.
Yeah?
Is that enough?
This is a story all about how my life got turned right upside down. I mean, I don't know. Does it thoroughly explain what you're trying to say? I mean, I'm not looking for like 5 paragraphs necessarily. I just want to know.
Yeah, mostly, yeah, it explains what happened.
Okay, gotcha.
For the most part.
Well, I mean, do it all the way then. What's stopping you?
That's a lot of thought, bro.
Yeah, I know.
That's a long thought process.
Yeah, and you got this stuff to do too. So your call, man. You don't have to have that this week. You could keep working on that, you know?
I've been working on it. Would this count as a grade or no?
I mean, it can count towards your grade. Sure,
Okay.
everything will. But, like, it won't hurt you.
Okay.
You know, it's not one of the required things, but it can help.
Yeah.
All right, Carter, I'm going to stay on, so if anybody needs to ask questions or whatever, you can go ahead. I'll try not to miss you. I'm going to walk around the room and talk to people here and make sure they're feeling good to go, though.
Listen, Mac, how do I get those? I want to do those. I got to do all 3 of those.
Yeah, that's what's required for Wednesday, yep. So one of the multiplication, addition, or subtraction problems, right? Explain how it works. A good example of an addition problem might be 38 and 65, and the reason is because you're going to have to carry. You can explain carrying. Another way you can do this is you can say, look, that's the same thing as 40 and 65, just minus 2, which is a much nicer problem, right? Yeah. Subtraction, you can think of it as distance, right? As long as we change them both by the same amount, if the distance is preserved, meaning the answer is going to be the same. So 43 minus 26, hard problem, right? If you had to figure it out, I bet you could. But notice what I did is I made 26 30, so I went up by 4, so I made this one go up by 4. It's going to be a much easier answer. Like this, and like, do it. Or I used to count up. I count up to 30 by 4, and then 3 more to get to 37. Or, sorry, 33. That's 7 to get there, and then I do 10 more to get 43, so 17. So this is much easier. And of course, you can talk about multiplication. The 76 times 89 problem, or whatever it was on Google Classroom, is a really good one to look at. Again, I would encourage you to look at Twitter. Fred.
Not going to get my license in 3 weeks.
Oh no.
Stay off the roads.
That'd be a good idea.
We've all survived Josh Morris, and Josh Morris has survived, and I guess that's the worst.
He was in 3 car crashes.
Yeah, I think the only thing that saved him and us is the fact that his car is now pretty much totaled.
Yeah.
Pretty much. He's not even safe without a car. I almost got him in last week. Are we feeling okay about how things are going to go Wednesday and what we got to write about? Okay.
Wait a
Let
second.
me know. How about you? Okay.
Can I write about that? 3865 one?
3865? Yeah, go for it. Right?
Just explain it.
Yeah, explain why it works. So, like, why are we allowed to think of this as 40 and 65 but then subtract 2 later, right? Okay. Well, like, one good mathematical explanation is that, like, 40 minus 2 plus 65 is the same problem as 38, right? You see what I'm saying? It's just another way to write 38.
Yeah.
So, of course it's fine. A lot of math is all about finding different ways to look at stuff. That's why the equal sign is so important. That's why we care about what do things equal. Because if they're equal, then they're interchangeable. You can think of it as this. Makes a difficult problem much easier. All right. No sign of Carter. He must have gone back to watch. Or you'll have to go back and watch the video from today, bud. In the film right now. Another thing I'm going to look into is trying to make YouTube a little more private. I've had some requests from administration to not have it be so open, right? We can have just anybody walk in, which I like that actually because it allows people all over the world to learn, but that's not super important. It's also important because like your parents can just pop in, everyone, right? They can see what's going on in class and know what we're doing. Also, it makes it so if you are like in the car going somewhere on an off day, you can easily find my videos, right? You don't need a special link to find them. You can just go search it. I also like what we were doing before because the past videos are automatically uploaded. That's why I use YouTube. That's why I don't use YouTube. I think the quality on YouTube is a little bit better. I don't need to see you guys for Google Class necessarily. I feel like Google Class or Google Meets puts kind of pressure on you, even though I wouldn't use it, and so people won't show up. They know with a YouTube video, they know they have 0 chance of having to interact, and that means they're going to show up, which is the most important thing. I'd love for you to interact, but getting in the door is way more important. And I feel like the people that are going to interact are going to interact there. So yeah, YouTube allows us to upload the videos automatically, so I don't have to like download them after I've made them on Google Meets and then upload them with this terrible internet, and then hold it uploaded, and right as soon as I end the stream, it's been uploaded. So I want to keep on with YouTube, but I want to make it a little more private because, yeah, requests from administrators. That's fine. So I'm going to be working on that, which means we probably will have like a private link you'll have to be able to look up. I don't know. I'm going to try and make it easy. I don't want to be like, oh, I lost the link. I couldn't watch it for the last 3 weeks. Lord knows that would happen. Instead of, hey, I lost the link. Where's the video the day it happened? So wait 3 weeks and be like, oh, yeah, I couldn't find it. And everybody loses. Anyone but Skylar is in charge. I'm going to use the restroom.
Let's put this all in the same one or separate.
Separate. Separate.
We're gonna have 3 that are public.
At least, yeah.
want to describe those. Do you give those shapes? How do I get the picture?
Sorry, what were you saying?
I want to describe all three of them shapes. How do I get the picture on the bottom of my portfolio?
Are you on Google Classroom looking at the picture right now?
Yeah, that's what I was doing. That like right click, either or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The whole picture has like a bottom half to it too with like a circle. If you want to cut that out, there might be a way to crop.
Okay.
And I hope this doesn't feel like busy.
What's it called?
If you go down to Google Classroom, there's a bunch of posts that I put together that have a bunch of kind of a pain in the week
For big classwork?
No. I think it's like yeah. I hope this doesn't feel like busy work. It's not meant to be that.
Yeah, I'll just put that picture and I'll just say now describing the.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, whatever you want to do, man. The goal is to take the place of busy work and actually be worth something. And if for some reason you think that's not it, if you're feeling like that's not it, then the conversation I gotta change a little bit of that. No point in doing homework by a different name. What's up?
Is that big enough or not? Maybe just put it big, a little bigger. I'm gonna write over here.
It's hard to read the words, and I think that's pretty essential. Especially if it's, you know what I mean? It's going to be way easier to read that and know what you're talking about than it is to be like, in problem number 1 asks, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. You don't want to mess with that.
Okay. No, did we do the circles or no?
No, no.
Okay, that's what I thought, I just, I wasn't sure.
Yo.
Didn't we for that, the like 7 centimeter one,
Hmm?
first one? Didn't we, because we overlapped with the first section, or like the left side, we overlapped the first line. And there was that middle line that was still open. Well, that was going in.
Did. We had, actually, let me do it on over here.
All right, so it's like this, right? Isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. All right, so you had something like this, and they give you the top part and the side, right? Like all the way.
Yeah.
And they tell you how much this is. What is that? 18? 13. Okay. Okay. And so what are you saying?
Like, so then we had put the dots on that side.
Gotcha. So you're filling this out to make it a rectangle? Okay. We got that. And then what?
We didn't get through this.
No, we didn't. Not all the way. And there's lots of ways to do it. Like filling this out's one way.
Yeah.
Like that makes sense. That could help.
Yeah. But then wouldn't that be the same?
If it was a square, maybe.
Yeah.
Or maybe we know it's a rectangle. I don't know. Like maybe you know that this is 13. How would you know that? Like what's your logic?
Well, we don't know the where indents. We don't know those, so like we kind of. Because if that was, if we filled that in, then if that was 13,
Mhm.
but then we would have to subtract that indent, but we don't know.
Right. That's one of the problems. Does it mean? What are the two shapes this thing could be once it's completed? What are the two shapes? It could either be a or a rectangle. Now, what do you know about squares? All sides are the same. So if all sides are the same, then that's 6.5, that's 6.5, that's 6.5, that's 6.5, right? If it's a rectangle, what do you know about these two sides? They're different, but they equal 13, right? Maybe we can call this like x and y if that helps you understand what's going on, right? And x may or may not equal y, right? If it equals y, then we have a square. If it's different, then we have a rectangle. But what does that mean about this side and this side? You see what I'm saying? Which means x plus y has to be 13. We know that. So that means this has to be 13. Right? There's some segment addition postulate for you right there. Right? The pieces equal 13, and these are the same pieces, and then they also equal 13. Doesn't matter what position they're in. The problem is, like you said, what do we do about this? Like this could be a square or it could be a rectangle. We don't know, right? How do you solve a problem like Maria? Now remember, before we did this, we took a look at like this kind of problem, right? We had like this going on, and then we had like the whole thing. Whoops. We had like the whole thing, and then we had from here to here lined up, and then we had from here to here lined up, right? And we were able to take out some middleman, right? We were able to take out the overlap part. So like, I think right now, if I told you this plus this equals that, you'd be like, no way, right? But this plus this, right? Definitely, right? And the reason was because it overlapped, and we took out one of the overlaps, so we're only counting it once, right? So what do you notice here that might be similar to that? Like that's kind of the one of the ways to do it is to look at overlap and figure it out from this method, because there is a way to do it. I don't know if that helps your journey here, but it's a tough problem.
Look, first one, it was 7 centimeters. Did we not that one, it was the first one.
Yeah.
Did we subtract 7 Is the overlap the one? And then-
Yeah, there's a couple ways to do it. I think the way you guys did it was different than everybody else. But you did like, and again, you can go back in the video and check, I suppose, but like, we had this going on, and this was a square. And you guys said this much is 7, and they told you that it was divided up kind of like this. Right? I think so. Oh no, it was a square. So you must have had like, yeah, something like that. Sorry, it's goofy looking. And then I think you guys did say,
It was down one more.
oh yeah.
Overlap the red.
Right.
Yeah, we went up.
Let me start over. And it was 2 dots here, 2 dots there, 2 dots here, 2 dots there. And we said red was from here to here. And then we said
Then we did the other, so yeah, that side.
this side. I might have it flipped, but yeah.
Yeah, and then
We did.
and then we overlapped the first section, or like that section that came down.
Right, so you did like this,
Yeah, and then went over one.
right, and said this overlap should go there. Yep, that's cool.
And then there was some track. Then wasn't it some tracks? How much? We subtracted this space from that.
Yeah, you subtracted the overlap,
Okay.
and then it was the same space here, so that was your logic. That works. Most classes didn't even do that. Most classes just said, look, 4 segments in any arrangement, whether it's like this, or like this, or like that, doesn't matter, right? They're all 4. Hey, what's up? So, like, hey, Xavier. Congrats. So it doesn't matter like what shape they're in. And so most classes said like this, and this, right? That's gonna be the same as any of the other L's. So they're all 7. We have 3 7s, 21, right? You know, but lots of ways to think about it. You good? Okay. No. Why is that? Are you guys with KO right now? Okay, gotcha. Just want to make sure you aren't roaming the hallways like a bunch of hooligans. Take care. Bye.
How do we get out of this class?
That's a great question because it's a 2:30 dismissal. Let me check on I'm sorry? 39? Okay, I'll trust you on that. Well, I guess Skylar will trust you on that.
Long schedule.
Good enough for me.
Making me lose my mind.
Yeah, I know. And again, while we transition to this long schedule, I wanted to give you guys this so you weren't overwhelmed if you did get more homework and then Wednesday o'clock or whatever.
I don't get why we change in the middle.
Why don't we just wait till after Christmas?
That seems to be what a lot of kids are saying. I don't know, guys. I don't know. I don't know what the sudden change was, or maybe it wasn't sudden. Maybe that was the plan all along. The problem is that I'm not a guy that knows things. I'm not very good with the logistics. So it could have been like the beginning of the year they sent out an email to all the parents and they're like, hey. And I think it was. Weren't we originally going to switch a couple weeks ago and then they extended it out? Right, yeah, something like that, right? Yeah.
We want to get lockers like in the next week or 2 weeks.
Like, I feel like I'm a good person to discuss this with because I'm open-minded and I'll listen to what you guys have to say, right? But I'm not a good person to discuss this with because I never know, like, what's going on.
Yeah.
I can't tell you one way or the other. Later. Yeah, I hope you guys aren't getting too stressed about this. I hope it feels like much better than having quizzes and tests, better than all the homework. That it's something you can be proud of and show that you understand something better than like, who knows what's going to be on that test, man? I don't know.
We're gonna have mini tests.
The plan is no. The whole idea is we're going to do this type of stuff.
I like this stuff.
A lot of these problems I'm ripping off of tests from last year.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah.
Can you do them? Can you explain them? Can you understand them? Like, I bet, like, on a test, you might get lucky or you might get unlucky on a problem, right? And it won't really show whether you understand it or not. Whereas on this, if you can thoroughly explain it, I bet you could thoroughly explain it later in life, right? Or like a month from now. If you can't thoroughly explain it, it's probably because you don't really know what's going on. And we can have a conversation about that back and forth. I can really understand more of what you know this way. And it also is less stressful for you guys in theory. If it's not less stressful, let me know because I want it to be. I can make changes. But that's the idea. I think it's more valuable information than what I get from tests. And it's less stressful for you guys. And especially in times like this. It also is less about keeping up with the pace of the class so much. So if like somebody drops off the face of the earth because they have COVID or something, right? Or they have to go online and that doesn't work. You can come back in at any time and not feel like you're busy. Which is important. I'm worried about that. Last year you weren't here. Last year we had
last year was terrible.
That was pre-corona or anything. Now again, we're in theory more prepared now than we've ever been.
Yeah.
So
My parents, I got hit with the flu real bad last year. They think I had corona.
Yeah.
They thought it was like the first stage of it.
As far as I'm aware, so far the school year is gone as well as probably could.
I think this online is way better than last year though.
Yeah.
Last year, 48 assignments in 1 week.
Yeah. I don't
Love
think
that.
we really knew what to do with that.
That was so sudden too.
Right? Yeah,
That was
exactly.
like
We
that
really
was
didn't know what
blink
to
of
do.
an eye. So like,
Teachers didn't have a webcam. You know what I mean? They were. Do I show me or do I show the board? How do I do this stuff and not drive myself absolutely crazy? They're taking care of their own family because they're all home. It was not.
that was crazy.
It was not what we were going to start with. I think you can do remote learning well. I don't think it can ever be as good as in person, but I think the difference between those two can be minimized.
This year
It really can.
better.
Yeah.
No snow days this year.
You don't think so?
No. Well, we have online.
I guess you're right. Yeah, that's fine.
I mean that would be good because then we don't have to wait. We
Yeah.
get out of school early, so
Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
I guess that's not bad. You lose out on the snow days of old.
Yeah, I know.
Worry about extending it, losing your summer.
Yeah. I hope we have a good snow this year. Had to rip around my snowmobile.
We'll see. Either way, I'm gonna have to show up at school. I would imagine. Maybe they'll be like, "Hey, teacher, stay at home and teach from there" or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I would imagine if they tell you guys all to stay home.
Probably. And if we can't get to school to have the teachers,
It'll be interesting. I know what I'll do with vacation. All my equipment's here now.
yeah.
Something to think about. Yeah, hopefully this isn't too stressful for you guys, and this is kind of a relief. Again, as we transition into a 2:30 release time, I like to relax, get stuff done, and adjust to those other classes. And if anything ever feels too stressful, or it's like Wednesday doesn't work for me, man, I've got a bunch of tests that day, just let me know. Coronavirus or not, this is kind of how I operate. I just don't want to cause you stress. For lots of reasons. One, it's a nice thing to do, and two, learning should be fun, because then you'll be more likely to want to do it the rest of your life. Learning sucks. Wonder you don't do it. And then three, if you're stressed, not gonna get angry. There's some people who are stressed and bother them, then you know better. It's always going to be worse than what it could be. And I'd rather get better information if I'm going to, do stuff. Did I get everybody for attendance? I feel like that class periods feel so long now. Yeah, I got everybody.
Tired.
I'm guessing a lot of the comments will be after this Wednesday, that you can extend these out by making your own problem. I mean, this guy, an X is an X is an X is an X. I guess you can go further and prove the sides also work. This guy, you can make it your own second edition possible.
Do you have to do all three of those, or just?
Well, two of them we did in class. I'd like you to explain the first two and then give you a shot at the third, right? And then we can have a conversation about it, comments or whatever, and try to get where figured out. And then one of these. The whole point is not. We didn't do addition, subtraction, multiplication because I think you guys suck at it. All you do, to be honest. I did it because it's good to start here about looking at problems in different ways and seeing how that can be useful, and then transfer it over to something you've never done before. Like for instance, you could probably figure out this is 17 really had to. And then when you change it around and try to look at it a different way, you can check to make sure that when you changed it, it still does equal 17, then you know what you do with that. But if I throw you into geometry and say, hey, here's a problem, look at it a different way. Like, well, I don't even know how to look at it in the first place. Good to train. And I think it's always good to talk. Leave that rest of the way. You feel like a god when you're 43 minus 26, 47 minus 30, boom, 17. Hoping that's how you'll feel when we get to fractions. Really.
When do we get the fractions?
Well,
After.
there will be a time where we talk about ratios, like this shape is twice as big as the other. Remember, fractions are just talking about relationships, like those relationships, 14 to 7. Well, if you divide 14 by 7, you get 2, the relationship. See you guys later. Online tomorrow and Wednesday. I'll have a sign-up sheet for you guys soon. Bye. Hey, Demery. All right, stick around for a little while. We're going to talk about some announcements today, and then I'm going to let you guys go, but just make sure you're here, okay? All that sun coming through, messing with us. Hey, Mitchell. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, just make sure you stick around for announcements. I got to wipe off desks. Stay tuned, and then I'll let you go. Guys, stick around for announcements. Here are the things on the board that you need for Wednesday if you're an 8A person, and what you'll part of your portfolio for next Wednesday if you're a BDA person, right? Those 3 things, and I'll explain them. So stick around. Hi, welcome. Afternoon. No, really, actually. You ever do that? Have a seat. I've got some announcements for you guys to start with. Everybody get the Chromebook today? Got a charger to run it, all that stuff.
I don't know the trick.
Ivory Ella.
I don't think you put enough stuff on my desk.
No? Okay. Maybe I missed it.
Hey Jordan, I caught this one for you.
Alright.
Like you need, yeah, I was dropping it and I caught it.
Oh,
So.
God. I thought you meant like a disease you caught it.
Oh, probably.
Here, I caught this for you. As soon as I got sick, I got you in mind. Like, I need to give this to Jordan. Here, if you want. It's like a strain.
I'm not sick, I was just trying to.
Oh, well, I wasn't trying to imply.
Well, it sounded like I was sick.
I figured it was like the new Tide Pod craze.
I just I'm not sick.
Okay.
It just sounds like it.
Take off my coat, making people uncomfortable. Yeah, that's from last week. Well, hey, Zayden.
We're Mitchell went.
Mitchell's at home. Already checked in.
What?
Yeah, he's at home. Send him a text.
I
Talk to you, boy. Yeah, so stick around, guys. I've got some announcements. I got stuff up on the board. As you might notice, as I walk around to the board, you won't see me because I took a picture with the camera. I didn't. It's not live video. The reason for that is because it flickers a lot. I brought in my camera, but it's from 2013 and the picture's kind of bad. But it's a wide-angle lens, so it's pretty dope. I think I'm going to talk to Tech Ops today and see if I can get a replacement for this guy. Hopefully they ordered extra. And if not, I'll find one online that's very similar and cheap, because it worked actually pretty well if it wasn't flickering, for our purposes. So today, let me sit down while I do this so people can see that I'm here. I'm going to take attendance for B-Day people in a second, but I'll do it at the end, so just make sure you're sticking around. So far, I've already seen Demery, Mitchell, and Jamie. If you're checking in now, let me know. Has the bell rung? Has the bell rung?
don't know.
No? Are there bells today because of the 2:30 thing? Do we have bells for that? We do? Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, then I'll wait till the bell rings before I start going into announcements. I can't wait. I'll always get up and go. Was your weekend as restful as mine? I felt like this weekend was the first weekend in a long time where I actually got to like sleep and not have to just work the entire time. Was it good or no? Okay, yeah? Okay, so you had a similar weekend to me, but Ann, not for you? No, I'm sorry to hear that. Did you do anything fun?
No. We were supposed to go to the trampoline park.
Supposed to go where?
The trampoline park.
The trampoline park? Like Sky High or whatever?
Yeah, like,
Here are your announcements for Monday, September 28th. Rest of
Sky High is open during Corona? Dude, Corona could have originated at Sky High. I've been in that place.
Hello, MHM. My name is Anthony Coleman, and I am talking to you again about the book drive. Time is running out if you wish to donate.
Book drive?
Your books must be donated by Friday in the marked box near the entrance to the library. Wish to donate money?
Book drive?
Give your money to Miss Richardson.
Oh, that makes me.
From places like Goodwill, where you can buy many books for very cheap. Please keep in mind these books are for kindergartners, first graders, and second graders. You already have plenty of books for kindergartners. Please bring in books for first graders and second graders. Thank you.
You're just imagining opening up the donation box and out falls a bunch of feet pics and oh no! I need to enunciate. So anyway, announcements. So what's happening is this. So 2:30 today is our dismissal time, right? And I know that's going to be a bit of a transition for you guys. You guys have mentioned in the past that you feel like, in general, not all of you, feel like you've had more homework during Corona than you do for normal school, right? And my thought, and again, I don't know, because I don't like talk to teachers and be like, hey, you give a lot of homework, or whatever. I don't do that. But my thought is with longer school days, you'll probably not be given that time to work on homework in class. It'll just mean more that you're covering, which would mean more homework, potentially. I don't know if that's true or not, but I know that it has the potential to be that way. So in this first week, I want to, especially today, give you time to work on my stuff in class. We're going to work on portfolio today for kids that are here. That way, you're not having to decide between, do I do all this massive homework I just got, plopped on me, or do I do the portfolio? I would like to get this out of the way and not have this be stressful. Because again, that's one of the huge components of the portfolio, is to not have it be stressful. I don't want it to be homework by another name. If you feel like it is homework by another name, please talk to me. Maybe I can tell you something and you'll go, oh, we don't have to do that, and then you won't feel like it's homework. Or maybe I'm missing something and I need to tweak how we do it. Right? So if you feel like it's adding stress or is just homework by another name or something, let's have a conversation about that, because I don't want it to be that way. That's the whole point. So today, kids in class and kids online will be working on your portfolios. Don't leave yet, because I want to do some announcements about that. So how this is going to work is that 8A people, you're going to meet with me on Wednesday. I'll have a sign-up sheet eventually online for you to sign up for a time. I'll send you an email when I have that out, okay? 10-minute slots is what we're thinking, instead of 5 like last time. Try to get stuff done before Wednesday so I can read it before I see you. Because the more I read, the less you have to talk. Because the reading is you talking. You know what I mean? I can respond to what you've said if I've read it. If I haven't read it, then I'm going to have to ask you, okay, can you tell me what's going on here? And it makes it way less stressful for you guys. So try to get it done before Wednesday, the day we do it. Or, late Tuesday night. The other thing, so if you are a B-Day person, you don't have to meet with me this Wednesday, unless you're one of those B-Day people that didn't meet with me last couple weeks and get a grade. Check Skyward, you'll know who you are. And we got to get you caught up. So you're going to show me on Wednesday that stuff, okay? So B-Day people, if you haven't met with me initially to show me your other stuff, you need to show me that this Wednesday, and you need to sign up for a time, okay? Otherwise, B-Day people, what they're showing me this Wednesday, you're going to show me next Wednesday in addition to whatever we add on to that, okay? Are these words making sense to the people in class, what I'm saying? I'm describing this? Because I can't really ask them. I mean, I will.
Yeah.
Right? B-Day people are going to meet next week. They'll have this stuff that's on the board that they need to get to me for their portfolio, plus whatever we learn between now and then. B-Day people that didn't meet with me last time need to meet with you this Wednesday, though. A-Day people, if you didn't meet with me last Wednesday, then you've got double stuff to show me, not just this, but the stuff from last time. Okay? If you don't have a grade in the grade book, or if it's a 65 or lower, you know it was you. You don't have a little comment that, links to your video, probably you. Hey, Gage. So what do I need in my portfolio, right? 3 things up on the board. You need a multiplication, subtraction, or addition problem that you've done, and explain why it works. So for instance, I had a bunch right here. Where are you? Here we go. So I chose a multiplication problem. 52 times 7. This is not a very good one. But if you're going to do 52 times 7, you want to explain why you're allowed to split it up. Maybe your method is to do this, right? Think it is 50 times 7 and 2 times 7, and then add them up. Why does that work? Well, because I have 50 groups of 7 and 2 more groups of 7. Well, that's just 52 groups of 7. It's the same thing, right? Explaining that with words is important, and then it becomes a much easier problem. Hey, Olivia. So if you want to do that, make sure you explain it and what's going on there. The board, oh, I don't have a board camera. It's just a board picture, so that stuff isn't up there. If you're going to do addition, try to pick a problem that's interesting, like 38 and 65. 38 and 65, when you add them together, is interesting because what's going to happen here? What are you going to have to do? 8 and 5, what are you going to have to do? Carry the 1, right? And you're going to have to explain what that is. Another way you could do that is say, you know what? Isn't 38 and 65 the same thing as 40 and 65? Which is just 105, except it's 2 too many. Right? Explain why that works. Well, why can we do 40 and 65? Because 40 minus 2 plus 65 is just 38 plus 65. It's just another way to write 38, right? Explaining that is really useful. And then 105 minus 2, 103. If you're going to do subtraction, remember subtraction is distance. Talk about that a little bit. I gave you a problem on the board. That's not how numbers work. 43 minus 60, 26. Remember, subtraction is distance. So one way to solve this might be to go, you know what? Isn't this just the same thing as 47 minus 30? Remember, as long as I move both numbers by the same amount, it doesn't change the distance, right? In other words, it doesn't change the answer. This one will equal 17, but so will this. I increase this guy by 4, right? So I have to increase this guy by 4. And as long as I do that, the distance won't change. It just makes it a much easier problem to solve, right? That's actually really useful. So explaining that would be good. Again, one of those, multiplication, addition, or subtraction. Pick an interesting problem. A really interesting problem is the one on Classroom, where it's like 89 times 76. There's a really cool way to solve this. There's lots of ways. I don't care how you do it. But there's a really cool way to solve it in the Twitter link I sent you. There's like a thread on it, and somebody solved it a really interesting way. It has to do with quarters. And it makes timesing by 75 like the easiest thing in the world. It was pretty cool. So if you want to check that out, that'd be neat. In addition to that, I need something about segment addition postulate. Tell me what a postulate is, right? It's a leap of faith. It's not something we can prove. Why do we have to have it? Because eventually you have to take a leap of faith for math. Otherwise, we can't do any math at all. Show me the first two that are up there that, hey, I know how to work those and why they worked. Remember, we did those in class. There's an image on Google Classroom that you might want to steal. And then the third one we didn't complete, but Logan came up with the idea of extending it out, right? Filling in that little side over there. Maybe that's one way to do it. Give it your best shot on that third one. If you're wrong about it, that's fine. I just want to hear your reasoning. That way I can help you get better reasoning. Or take that reasoning and go, oh, that's really interesting. What about this, right? Very close or something, right? Let's learn together on that third one. So don't worry about if you don't got it right or not. I just need the first two thoroughly explained and the third one on there, your attempt, right, with reasoning. The third one says angle addition postulate. Now remember, we didn't really talk about angle addition postulate per se, but it's the same thing as segment addition postulate. The idea being that you can take the pieces and separate them and put them back together and it'll still be the same thing. In other words, if you know that this is 180, and how do I know that this angle right here is 180 all the way across? How do I know that? How do I know that that's 180? Yeah. Yeah, circle's 360. A line is just half of a circle, right? Here's a line. This part right here is half of a circle. So of course this angle's 180. Okay. And by angle addition postulate, I know that, look, even after I have 180 degrees, if I divide that angle up into 3 different pieces, I don't know what those 3 pieces are. Maybe it's like 30 and 60. I don't know, right? But I do know at the end of the day, those 3 angles must add up to 180 still, right? That's all angle addition postulate is. There's no way to show that that has to be true. It's just like, yeah, you can cut up an angle and put it back together and everything will be okay. What I want you to prove is vertical angle theorem. That's what it says down here. Remember, that's the X problem. And it's our first proof because it's the theorem. We do need to prove it. How much is this angle right here? 180. It has to be 180. Is this angle still 180? Yeah, because angle addition postulate says I can break up the angle and still have it be 180. Awesome. So how do I prove the red angle and the green angle are the same. Because remember, vertical angles theorem says if you have an x, top and bottom angles are the same. Vertical angles are congruent. We said the other day that red and purple still have to add up to 180, right? They have to. So I'm going to write that down. Purple plus red is 180. How do I know that? Angle addition postulate, right? I'm allowed to do that. Take an angle that's 180 originally because it's a line and break it up into two pieces. Isn't this also a line? So we know those are going to add up to 180. And I think it's a true fact that if this equals 180 and that equals 180, then these two things equal each other, right? If you want to call that substitution, we're switching out this 180 for this, right? Because they're interchangeable. I'm switching out this for that. You can do that. So now I get this equation. We're always allowed to substitute things that are the same. 180 is the same as this, so instead of writing this equals 180, I'll write this equals that. And then through the power of subtraction, we know that if we subtract the same for both sides, it doesn't change the equation, right? It still keeps it true. So this must be a true statement. So red must equal green. If you want to take this a step further, prove that purple and blue must also be the same. Very similar, isn't it? Right. Vertical is merely in the eye of the beholder. If you want to use a little therefore symbol, get fancy, do a little swag box at the end of your proof, knock yourself out. Those are the three things I need. Hopefully you have already the multiplication, subtraction, or addition done, because that was a couple weeks ago. Hopefully you have most of the segment addition postulate understood, that one, the guy in the middle, because we did most of that in class. And again, if you want to go back and watch the videos, go ahead and do that. I would advise you to. If you want to work together in groups, that's cool. If you want to go look at what other people have done to get ideas from them, there is no cheating. Just don't copy and paste their crap and just change the words. Because when we have a conversation on portfolio day, that will be awkward. So explain to me what this means. Well, I'm going to just read it back to you. That won't go over well. Remember, the earlier you get this done, the less you'll have to explain during the conference, because the writing will do the talking for you, more or less. You'll still have to talk a little bit, because I'll have questions, right? That's the idea. How do we feel about this? Do we feel like this is doable? Do we feel like we know what we got to do? Dees, get on it right now. People online, let me take attendance and then I'll get you out of here. If you have questions, I'm going to leave the stream on so you can pop in and ask questions whenever you want. People here, I see Logan, I see Troy, I see Maddie, I see Isaiah, I see Cooper, I see Ann, I see Zach, Jackson. No Mitchell today, but he's online. Gina, Jordan, Jamie, Gage. No CJ, she's absent. Andrew, I don't think I see Andrew in the chat. Andrew, if you're here, let me know. Demery was here, Olivia's here, Lexi is here. So I think I'm just missing Andrew. And CJ was marked absent by the office. If you have questions, I'm going to walk around and help, okay? If you're having any issues, get them checked out now. Again, if you did not meet with me last week, then you need to meet me, well, within the last week and a half or so. You need to meet with me Wednesday, even if you're not an 8A person. B-Day people, you can head on out if you want. I know there's a Bulb app, because it's bulbapp.com, right? But the app actually sucks. So if you want to check that out, go for it, but I've tried using it, it sucks. Chromebook is probably your best option. Okay. Those three things are the minimum. If you've been working on anything else, you can add that to it. The reason you might want to go over beyond the three things is it because, well, if you just do the minimum, then that's a C or something. We're not playing that game, okay? If you do these and they're excellent, you're going to get an A. If you're right about the grades, right? The reason you might want to supplement that is because what if these things aren't excellent? That can add on to it. Also, if you do anything extra, it can add on to your next grade, right? So it's kind of like insurance. I just want you guys to learn. If I have to attach that to the grade, I will, but like in general, it's always good to do extra stuff. So if you got a fun problem that you've been working on, you want to talk about it a little bit, good. Especially if you can work together with groups. Ooh, nice! A master at that game. Ask Troy. One of the first three will get into tracking position. The other two, yeah.
No one come out.
I know. You just, it was lucky that time, but you gotta play smart too. You know what I mean? Like, I know if there's another guy standing next to me and there's only one imposter, you're not gonna kill me right now. Yeah, I'm safe. If I just pass by a guy and you're following me, my guy, he's gonna know you did it. So I'm safe.
So that's why I didn't follow
Yeah.
you.
You gotta play it out, you know what I mean? One of the major mistakes is when you're a crew member is you think, I have to not die and I have to catch the guy. That's wrong. You're on a team. It's okay if you die as long as your team wins. You gotta set that guy up. You gotta bait him, right? Oh, you wanna kill me? Oh, just walk by this guy. He's gonna see it, right? Maybe he doesn't know that. That's what it's all about. Now, I don't die very often. When I do, it's almost always, okay, now we know who the guy is. Gotta get him. I'm a smooth criminal and I'm a traitor too. You feeling okay about this stuff? Got any questions right now, or you just want to get started now? Okay, all right. Well, let me know. How you doing? Okay. This stuff or school stuff, or just like, or do you bogging down? Like what now? I'm sorry. Changes this weekend or something, or what?
It's okay.
Not okay.
Always.
Not okay. Is it going to be okay? Maybe. Oh, well, see, that's why I worry. Chromebook? Okay, gotcha. Well, you owe me for last week and this week. We need to get this done now. So, where is your Chromebook? It's not like here. Can you borrow one from the back office? Go down and talk to them. You feel like you know what you're doing? Yeah. Okay, good. I just want to make sure things go smoothly this Wednesday and that you're not bogged down by this, like uncertainty and everything that's coming your way this year, right? Yeah. Anything you want, but if you want to type it, if you're going to talk about multiplication, talk about multiplication. Title it segment addition box. Title it vertical angle theorem proof. No, what are you talking about? Okay, yeah. So show an interesting idea of addition. 38 and 65 right there on the board. More ways you can show me to do it, the better. But don't just be like, here's 12 ways to do it. Be like, here's the ways to do it and why it works, right? I'd rather have 3 ways that are thoroughly explained than 12 ways that are just like, here, this works. Trust me. Even if it does. Doing okay? What you gotta do?
Yeah.
For real?
Yeah.
Okay.
I still can't do it.
Gotcha. You're hungry, you said?
Yeah, I didn't have breakfast.
Oh, that sucks.
because I was
If it weren't coronavirus, I'd have granola bars available in my desk to throw at you at any moment. It just is more fun for me. I throw a stapler at a kid, get in trouble. Throw food at them because they're hungry. I'm just feeding the needy.
Why don't you shoot like a staple at it?
Are they edible? I think you're missing the point here. It's not the size.
It's still, but it's
Okay.
the throwing the stapler, shoot the staple.
How can I help? Last Wednesday didn't go super well. So I want to make sure you're good to go for this Wednesday, like comfortable with what's going on. Got any questions right now, or just need to get started? Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Which one? Any of these?
Talk about maybe addition to that. Like the 38,
Yeah, I just made up a problem. You can make up your own. So for mine, if I were you, right, and I was writing post and I chose this problem, I'd say, well, you're gonna have to carry a 1 here. Why do we do that, right? It's 13. We carry the 1 because really what we're doing is all we care about here is how many 1s are left over when we're done, right? And it's gonna have a 13 here. All we care about is 3 1s. Why do we carry the 1 here? Because it represents 10, right? The 10s go over the 10s column. So I've got 10 plus 30, not 3, right? Plus 60. I think it actually can be better to write this out
horizontally. I think horizontal is actually better for showing understanding. So we have 38 plus 65, something like that. Yeah, I must have been at 13. I would say, look, I can just think of this as this, totally valid, right? And then I can do these two together at the same time, no big deal. And that's going to get me 13. Now I've got 90 plus 13, which is obviously 100. That's one way to show it. Another way might be to say, look, isn't 38 plus 65 just the same thing as 40 minus 2 plus 65? There's another way to write 38. Well, addition and subtraction, I don't really need this. As long as I keep signs together. 65, a negative 2, and a 40. Put them together any order you want. That's 105. Put it together with the negative 2, 103. No.
Not sick.
And if the students do that, I should be required by law to do a spread out list. Oh, super sober. Eye wash stations and chem lab, except for
We're supposed to like write something.
yeah, so make a multiplication, subtraction, or addition problem, and then explain different ways to solve it and why that method works. So for instance, if I'm talking about, this is a terrible example because there's not much to do with it, this problem. You might notice that, oh, I can do 50 times 7. And then just add 2 times 7 afterwards, right? And that's a very easy problem. Numbers are hard, right? Why does that work? Well, because 50 groups of 7 and then 2 more groups of 7 is a total of 52 groups of 7. Isn't that literally what this does? Another way to think of it might be 52 times 10 minus 52 times 3. That's 106, 156. 52 times 10 is 520. Subtract 100, I don't know, right? Like I said, this one's not a very good problem. A really interesting one, if you want to figure out an interesting way to do multiplication, is the 89 times 76 problem on Classroom. There's going to be a Twitter thread that you'll be able to access. One person says, well, this is almost like 90 quarters. If I had 90 quarters, how many dollars would I have? Well, if I had 80 quarters, I'd have $20, right? 10 quarters is $2.50. Trust me on that one, I know it's so 90 quarters is just going to be $20 plus $2.50. So don't need to die. But I want 90 times 75. Really what I want is this. 6750. Now I've got 90 times 75. I really want 89 times. One outside the box. 25 times 3 is 75. So I'm estimating. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Kind of weird. What? I want one less group. I'm estimating now. I really want like 89 groups of 75, right? My next estimation. So I have one group of 75 too many. So now I'm at 6675. Remember, this right now is 89 times 75. I want this. What do I need to add on to it? One more group. 2. One more group of 89. This is 75 groups of 89. I want 76 groups of it. Add 100 minus 11. Talk about it. The idea of quarters is really interesting. Like that can make this one's kind of weird because you got to go back and forth, right? You're estimating here first and then there, right? I can show it again if you want. That's true. Right, you're right. The point is not to get the answer though. Like I know you can get the answer to it. That's not the thing. The thing is we're trying to teach you to like think outside the box and think, why do I start with this? It's not because I don't think you can't figure this answer out. Or that you're not gonna have a calculator on someday. That's not it. I start here because if I say, let's start with geometry, I would like you guys to look at this problem in a different way. And you go, sir, I don't know how to look at it in the normal way because I've never done geometry before. And I go, oh yeah, you're right. How can I ask you to look at it a different way if you don't know what the original way is? What I do is I start with something that you do know a regular way to look at it. When I ask you to look at it a different way, you have a chance. For instance, like when we talk about subtraction, you know the answer or could figure out that it's 9. That's helpful because when you look at it in a different way, you can check your answer and see if it's still the same. Like I know for subtraction is distant. So as long as I move both numbers the same amount, the answer will be the same. So why not make this 39 minus 30? More obvious that it's. So Maddie, to be clear, you don't have to write a multiplication, you don't have to choose this problem. The point is just to demonstrate understanding. And stuff around and look at them. The reason I start with arithmetic, because when I ask you to do it in geometry, it's not really fair because you haven't learned geometry. Yeah. Okay. Let's do the other. You went 3 digits. Apparently 2 digits is too boring for you. What are your 3 digits? Give me your first number. What? Right. 3 digits. How would you solve the problem like Maria? Calculator, sure, right? But like I want explanation of like why that works. I'll give you the answer if you want me to. I have no problem with that.
Pull it out from under the thing.
There's the answer. And behind this wall, is this your answer? As math teachers, supposed to go like math conferences, learn how to teach math better and all that. I should go to magic.
Yeah.
You're here. How'd you do it? What if we just say, you know what? That's 900. How do you want to estimate 78 and 83 to make them easier numbers to work with? Or maybe you know 70 and 80 off of that. 80 and 80? So we have 80 minus 2, right? And then we have 80 plus 3. Put them together in any order you want. Let's do 160. And then this is just a plus 1, right? So we have that. 80 and 80 gets us to this. And then this is just a plus 1. Might be how I look at it. I could also round this up to 400 and then subtract 22 later. I don't know. And again, the reason I'm not doing this is because I think you guys suck at arithmetic, although you do, to be honest. It's because if I start with something you already can figure out the answer to, then when I ask you to do it a different way, that makes sense. I can't start with geometry and be like, hey, figure out a different way to prove this. I'm like, well, I don't even know the first way to do it. We start here, get used to looking at math differently, because that's what math is all about. Or we care what things equal. That's why we care that 80 minus 2 equals 78, because 80 minus 2 is easy to do. That's why we're always asking, what does this equal? What's another way to think about this is what we're asking when we say, what does this equal? Want to give me an example? Oh, okay. So have you done multiplication, subtraction, addition yet? Have you done one of those, or is that what we're talking about? Okay, awesome. So, Maddie, what's your favorite arithmetic operation that isn't division? Arithmetic. Not algebra. So we've got addition, subtraction, multiplication. Choose from which one would you choose? Addition. Why addition? Why do you like addition? It's easy. Awesome. Okay, I'm fine. So, give me a number, any number, and
700.
700. All right. Give me another number. Logan. 85. Oh, okay. I'm gonna put those together. I'm a maverick. Zach, you left. Give me another number. They're hard. Infinitely many of them.
3, 5.
5. Awesome. Give me another number. Troy. 3.
3.
Awesome. Give me another number. Logan. 7. How do you solve the problem like Maria? Well, if you do this normally, right, you get a carry and stuff, and you can explain that, right? That's a 10 up there. That's 85. Another way you could explain it would be, what'd you guys do? Make this easier on your brain. Yeah. Ooh. 360 no scope. So in other words, we're doing this to show our work, right? We didn't change the problem. We just wrote it a different way. Why 360?
No.
Okay, round up. What about this guy? What'd you do next? Thank you. So I can get my answer and subtract 3. That's good. Question is, can I get my answer very easily here? Go around the other one. Go all the way up. 4. That's 15 too many, right? Now I'm using parentheses so you can see where I got my answer from, right? This thing stands for this, right? But the parentheses don't matter. Well, addition, subtraction, as long as you keep the signs together, right? That's a negative 15. I can put those together pretty well, because that's like 800 plus 200. 160. Are you okay with that? Is that okay? I could write that out as 200.
Yeah.
Right, okay. And then we just have to subtract 18, which is just the same thing as minus 20 plus 2. 42. 142. And explaining why we're allowed to do this. This is obviously the same thing as that. This is obviously the same thing as that. I can make that into 200 and 160. Makes it nice and easy. Right. Again, if you want to grab that off there, go ahead. The explanation that matters. Numbers, just made them up. Now, I use this for addition. Addition. Yeah. So Troy found an interesting TikTok. Let me share it with you guys. I don't know if it's good for addition or not because I don't remember exactly what it was about, but it was an interesting problem. Troy, did you send it to me on Discord?
Yes.
All right, let me find it. Oh wait, that's really old stuff. Troy, there's stuff on Discord that you could use. There's like, remember when you sent me those weird like heart and like germ and they're like weird problems like 18 over. Yeah. You can do that for like extra stuff this year. All right, let's pull this up and then access denied. No TikToks allowed. They have TikTok blocked at the school. Here, let me see if I can throw this over here. Discord chat.
Hello? No. It won't let me. Hello? Don't block me. Oh, it's not gonna block me. Okay, good. I just had to click on that. Let's move this back over. Now it should work. Unless our internet's being dumb. There. Yeah, it's starting to work.
I put 20, you put 20, I buy the whole stack for 30, and we both made a $10 profit. I put 20, you put 20, I buy the whole stack for 30, and we both made a $10 profit.
I put $20 down. You put $20 down. And then I buy the stack for 30, right? Because there's 40 bucks there. I buy the stack for 30. And now you take the rest of the stack. So you made 10 bucks and I made 10 bucks. How do we make money? Both of us at the same time. Money. Coronavirus germs. I put 20, you put 20. I buy the stack for 30, so you get the 30, I get the stack. We both made 10 bucks. You put down 20 and ended up with 30. I paid 30 bucks and got 40. And we just keep repeating this and playing. Will it work? I don't know. Does it? Investigate it. Why do we do extra problems? Well, one, it can cushion our grade a little bit if you care about that, right? It can always cushion your next grade if you, knocked it out of the park without it. But also because they're interesting. They're worth doing. You know it can't be true, right? Why did I do that right now? Something we both make money automatically. What?
I don't understand.
So, let's do another word. Or on the thing. The thing. Alrighty. So remember, we had this like square thing with the L's. That's what that first one is. So go look at that on Google Classroom. Can you explain how we did the first two? Do you remember that at all? Okay. Well, they gave us the red L, and they said it was 7 centimeters, and it had 4 pieces to it, right? And we said, well, that's the same as this L. So that's 7, and this is 7. And then you guys said, well, 4 pieces, no matter how you rearrange them, is still going to be the same amount, right? So even though this is 4 pieces, but it's arranged in a different shape, it should be the same. That's how you solve that one, 7, 7, 7, 21. The second one was a little bit more difficult, but it was kind of the same idea. Remember, it had to do with like being half the side length. And then the third one we didn't complete all the way, but it was a similar problem. So I go back and look at those and see if you can solve them. The first two I want you to explain and solve thoroughly because we did that in class. The third one I want to give you to give it your best shot, and then we can just talk about like, okay, good reasoning here, not so good reasoning here. We can move forward and work on that problem over time. Then the bottom one was vertical angle theorem, which I think I explained in this one, right? Beginning of class, right? Something like that. Okay. Feel like you're gonna be all right? Yeah. Okay. What's up, man?
You can make your own if you want. I'd like you to explain, like, so, you're thinking ahead of it. So, I would like everybody to do it about that specific post that I was talking to you guys about, right? If you want to go further and make your own version of that, whether to give the answer or just put it out there, right? That's cool. That would probably be the next thing I'd say in the comments, like, hey, this is great, next step, I want you to do this, right? Yeah. I love that kind of stuff. And then somebody else can solve if they want for credit. All working together. Okay. So this the last one. Anglization pasta? Yeah. So showing that I had 45 originally, if I cut it in half. Yeah, and it's going to be the same thing. That's explaining angle addition pasta. This is cool. The next half of that, you need to say, okay, now I'm going to prove vertical angle theorem. That's the second half of that. So this one you can't prove because it's a possibility. You just can explain why it has to be true, right? It was 45 before, just because I cut it in half doesn't mean it's not going to be right. Vertical angles theorem, you got to be able to prove it. How do you know these two angles are the same always whenever you have an x? Right, that's the thing we talked about in class that one day. Were you guys here for that, or were you guys online for that? When we proved this guy, were you here for that, or were you online? Probably online. It must have been Friday. You can go back and look at Friday's video if you want. I also kind of showed it in class here. With this thing, I don't have the words written down for the explanation because you'll need to explain how do you know this is 180? How do you know that's 180? Right? How do you know that if that's true, then this is true? How do you know that you're allowed to subtract from both sides, right? Then it means these two are the same. And then afterwards, well, does that mean that these two would be the same? The purple and the blue? And if so, explain that, right? Vertical angles theorem is scissors theorem. How do we know whenever we have a scissors or x, the top and bottom angles all be the same? The vertical angles are always congruent. You know, are you okay now? Yeah, no idea because you're exhausted and stuff's getting in your way, or no idea because I need to? So you're exhausted. Okay. Well, if you want to take a nap, go ahead. Maybe I can help that way. How are we feeling? Think we'd be okay Wednesday? No? Okay. So, is the issue with this, or is the issue with both? Like, I don't know how to like make a post in bold and all that stuff. Okay. Do you feel like you know what to do for like one of these, make up a problem, explain why you can solve it a certain way? Yeah, for real? Okay. Work on this one for now. Kind of run out of time. These ones were done in class. Have you been, I don't check these things, nor do I want to check these things, but were you there for the classes that we talked about these? Yeah? How do you feel about this stuff? Do you know what post I'm talking about in Google Classroom? For real? Yeah? What about this guy? Vertical angles theorem, being able to prove that whenever I draw an x, no matter how I draw the x, it could look like that, it could look like this, it could look like this, it could look like this angle here, without measuring it, I always know will be the same as that angle. This will always be the same as that. This will always be the same as that. This will always be the same as that. How do we prove that? That's what this is talking about. So we did the first two in class, explain why those work and how you know the answer. Is that cool? It's the third one that you're with. Okay. So the third one we didn't complete in class, but we got close. We got some work done on it. Try and solve that one to the best of your ability using the logic we learned here. And we also did this kind of problem where we had like this going on, and then we had like the whole thing, and then we had here to here and here to here. And we took out like the overlap, so that this and this would equal that. Right? So think about overlap here. Do the best you can. If you get it wrong, that's fine. I just want to see your logic so I can work with it. Yo, that's up. I got that. You look what other people are doing. See what they're doing, that might help you too. Yeah. So what's up?
So, would this be
Talking about why after you divide it, it's still 45. You can put it back together. That's angle addition postulate. You're allowed to take the pieces and add them back up and be the same thing. And it's a postulate because there's no way to prove it. You just have to explain it. Like, look, if I cut this thing in half and stick it back together, it's going to be the same. We have to have certain things be postulates in math in order to do math. The proof, the X proof, that's going to be something different. It's going to utilize this thing though. So like Zach, we know that this angle has to be how much? 180, because it's a straight line. There's a reasoning. So by angle addition postulate, red and green must add up to what? 180, right?
Yeah.
Red and green have to add up to 180. So I write that down. I also know this angle, which I should probably call something different because we don't know it's the same thing yet. Pink. Pink angle and green also add up to 180. So we have red and green add up to 180. And pink and red add up to, or pink and green add up to 180. Correct?
Yeah.
And I know that because they're lines, and angle addition postulate says I can take the whole line and divide it up, it's still going to be 180, right? Well, isn't it true that if this equals 180 and that equals 180, then this equals that?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's write that. Where is my green? Now, any equation I give you, as long as it's a true equation, am I allowed to subtract the same thing from both sides and still have it be equal? Right, if I give you two equations, right, an equation that's equal on both sides, right? If I subtract the same thing from both sides, will it still be equal after I'm done?
Yeah.
Yeah, it won't be the same thing, but it'll still be true. It'll still be equal. So if this is true to start out, and we said it is, right?
Yeah.
Then I should be able to subtract the same thing from both sides and still have it be true. And what do we say here? What is it saying? It's saying pink and red are the same.
Yeah.
Ding, 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 ding. We win. How would you prove for this angle and that angle?
These two things.
It'd be the exact same thing, right? Vertical angles theorem is really a silly name because vertical is in the eye of the beholder, right? Up and down. If I were to turn this, now that's up and down. Prove it for that. Now, writing this is not enough. Why is that true? Oh, because it's a line, right? And I'm allowed to break up the line's angle, which is 180, and still have it equal 180. I don't know what this is, I don't know what that is, but I know they add up to 180. Same logic here.
Yeah.
Why do I know this is true? Well, because if this equals 180 and that equals 180, they equal each other, right? 2 plus 3 equals 5, 4 plus 1 equals 5. That means 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 equal each other as well, right? Why am I allowed to do this? Oh, you're always allowed to subtract the same thing for both sides. If it's true before, it'll be true after. And look what you get. See you later. See you tomorrow. Hang in there. Work together. If you know somebody in the class knows what's going on.
Alan goes to lunch right now, right?
Dude, I have no idea.
Lunch.
Is it a lunch right now? Is that what's happening?
No, it's normal.
That's too
classes,
early,
they
right?
just cut. It's normal classes, like normally scheduled, but they just cut the normal schedule on that lunch.
Right now
It
it's
is.
5A. Go to 5A.
Yeah.
Because my 5A is coming in right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hi.
It's like a normal school day. Dude.
I don't know if it's lunch or if it's 5A or what. It depends on what you have, right?
Yeah.
But yeah.
One of my favorite albums never got officially released so none of the songs are technically released
By whom?
on Hiatus.
Oh.
The album's called Regional at Best, and technically it wasn't released. For like Warner Brothers copyrighted it. And you can't find it anywhere besides on YouTube. But it is such a good album. Also found out that a couple more artists that I listened to are problematic.
Yeah.
I can't have anything. But two artists.
Alrighty. Joe, still feeling okay about this portfolio stuff? Okay. Let me know if I can help. No Laura Lee today. Yeah, Laura Lee's A-Day, so what was going on with that? I think I marked her here on accident. Second hour, yeah. Yeah. Right. Nope, Laura Lee was here. We're good.
If we were doing like school, like we were all in person, how many people would be participating?
Hold on 1 second. Ah. Seven.
I really like this. Okay, but
Alright, now I need to erase this. B lunch, if I'm reading this right, is 12:23. Is that correct? Okay. So. Sure.
So, as a baby, he would be sealed in, and he learned to like be friendly.
Sure.
And it, beforehand, there would be control. God. And that dude had like one remain of it.
Huh.
And so he's from a song. They have
Like the wolf thing, right? Yeah. Wasn't there like a wolf thing there? So that was inside the first guy? That guy? Or the other way around? Oh, and him. Okay, gotcha. So he got pissed off. Oh, gotcha. Okay, so that was who was saying calm down. It was like the wolf thing. Oh, interesting.
They're the only people have ever been able to calm down.
Interesting. Do they end up being allies or are they enemies?
Naruto and
This guy.
I think they're.
Gotcha. Is that still show still running or did that end?
Right now, well, Naruto and Naruto's and now it's Boruto. Naruto's.
Is that what this is?
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
Naruto's 30 years old.
Yeah, I didn't know there was a continuation going on. I mean, I never watched the first one, but still, I know it's supposed to be one of like the top tiers, like for anime or whatever.
Interesting. This is when like big kids. Raikage is like the fastest person in the world, and Naruto like dodges fastest at point.
Maybe. Oh, there we go. This is the current show. No, this is the past. Didn't make you do that. You put the arrow keys.
Oh, that's Naruto.
That's the guy that's fast.
Naruto's father felt the devil because he was even in the war, they had like one on the staple. So if you were like on the enemy side, and you saw him, you had. So that's being Naruto.
This is them as adults.
Yeah. Well, Naruto's like.
And his father was fast, but like, is that his dad? Right there?
Those two were brothers.
Oh, okay.
Like adopted. Third brother. Yeah, that's that like conquer account. The guy has like 84 hits and he can use all of them.
Might be the one guy from One Piece. Goro. Why is he glowing? Why is Naruto glowing?
Yeah. That's sort of rocket. The rocket makes. That was the night that the break. That is master. Do it all the time.
There's that guy again. What's your favorite anime?
Yeah. seen that one, or have you seen Bleach?
I haven't. No, I have a friend who's into both of these things, but I've never seen either of them.
Yeah, they're both pretty good.
Is Bleach still running?
Yeah, they're pretty
Interesting. Is it kind of like One Piece, where it just like never ends?
No, I don't think anything's like one.
Okay.
I've only watched. I mean, I don't think anyone's watched all of One Piece.
I don't have music going through my headphones. 2 seconds and extra one.
Yes. I don't think anybody's watched all of One Piece, but I've only watched a little bit of it, which I guess is what everybody's watched, right? But I don't know if you're a big One Piece fan. I had a student that was a huge One Piece fan. I think like 4 years ago now. Yeah.
Yeah, 2 or 3 of my friends are trying to catch up with.
How does one even do that? I don't even understand. Like, there's episodes you can skip. Like I've read about that where it's like, okay, you can skip all of these because it's no big deal. You know.
Yeah, there's a lot of that.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's like the only way you can catch up. I think there's just so many.
Yeah, like 135 was like actual final episode, and 270 episodes of Doctor
Interesting.
for Naruto.
Oh, for Naruto, I was gonna say. I thought there was more for One Piece. Okay, there's got to be more. There's like thousands, I think. Crazy, absolutely crazy. How long has One Piece been going? Let's see. 97. Oh my God, it's almost as old as I am. 97 volumes. Oh my God. And this is just the manga. This isn't the animated series. This has been going on since, where is it? 99. So 2 years after. That's crazy. How many? Oh my God. Are these episodes? No, they're seasons. Okay, so it's 20 seasons. Yeah, it looks like 20 seasons. That's crazy. Anime, my dude. Once you get hooked, can't stop.
I were watching. I remember you told me Dragon Ball.
Right, yeah.
Like all of it.
I saw a good portion of Dragon Ball Z, and I saw a good portion of Dragon Ball, but I haven't seen all of it. I saw the Majin Buu saga, the Cell saga. You know about Dragon Ball Z Abridged on YouTube? Yeah, that's really good. Unfortunately, they're done with that. Yeah, they're not doing anything more with it. I think they announced like a couple years ago that they're done, which kind of sucks. Like Yu-Gi-Oh! Bridge and all that stuff. I never watched Yu-Gi-Oh! But I saw a little bit of Yu-Gi-Oh! Bridge and thought it was hilarious. Yeah. Oh, man.
And Dragon Ball Z, they're just super. Like every episode is like a few million.
It's really good. I've watched the like Final Fantasy VII Abridged. It's not nearly as good. I got annoyed with it way too fast.
I've seen all of it.
Yeah.
It's voiced by the same person.
Gotcha. Interesting. Like sell the bridge version or sell the. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that was pretty funny. That's probably like the best episode right there. Like when Cell shows up and then Gohan beats him.
Yeah, see you guys later. Take care. Getting by me.
Oh, hi. I didn't see you. Today we have an early dismissal at 2:30. That's why. And so classes are running longer, and it's 5th hour right now. It'll be 6 hours soon. What time is 6th hour today? Yeah, 6 hours and like 27 minutes. Music? There's music? Oh, there is music. No, there's not. Why is there music? Why is there music? Where are you hearing music from? Like right now? Why is there music? I don't hear any music. Yeah, there's no music. Yeah, nothing. What is Zayden doing here? Ugh. What time does 6th hour start? 12:57? 9 minutes from now? 11 minutes? up?
Eats. Where is everybody today? Come on.
Think so. I mean, Sebastian, I know, isn't going to be here today. What about Kaylee Britt? She hasn't been in any of your classes either? Okay. Well, hopefully they tune in online. Uh-oh. Not flickering, is it? Tech office.
I think it is just you today.
What?
Oh, talking to my students. There's just one person in here today.
Oh.
What's up, boys?
What's up, Leah?
Alright, so, you guys hear me when I'm talking over here? Y'all hear me when I'm talking here? With that? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, color balance on this thing is terrible, but other than that, it's actually a pretty decent camera. Alright, so, here? Yes? Test 1, 2. I got an announcement for you guys, and I'm gonna let you guys go. We only got one kid in class today. Hey, guess who?
Can you guys hear me when I go over to the other mic? I assume you can. Let me see if I check 1, 2, blah 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 blah. With this guy. Check 1, 2, talk. You hear me in that mic, but you can't hear me on the far mic, huh? Check 1, 2, talk. Oh, let's pick it up. You'll be able to hear me, right? Not that guy. Takes a lot to turn that guy on. Yeah, okay. Awesome. Alright, so just to be clear what is going on. So next, let me phrase it this way. Wednesday, 8A people, that's you and Kaylee and Sebastian. You guys are going to be showing me portfolios on Wednesday of this week. You'll be showing me all this stuff. But you'll also be showing me, if you didn't last time, so Sebastian talking to you, you'll also be showing me stuff that you did last time that you didn't get a chance to show me. So Sebastian, you're a little bit behind, we gotta get you caught up. Here's the things that I'm looking for. B-Day people that are online right now, you're gonna need to do this too, but you're gonna show it to me next Wednesday, in addition to all of the stuff that we're gonna do between now and then. The other thing that you're gonna need to know about is that B-Day people, if you did not show me stuff last time,
And there's a few of you that didn't. You're actually going to show me that this Wednesday as well. So along with the 8A people. So people I'm seeing this Wednesday are 8A people. Show me all this stuff. And B-Day people, the people that didn't get stuff done last time. 8A people, so that's, again, Sebastian, you have to show me this and a lot of stuff. We got to get you caught up. So what is this stuff? First, I want to see a post that explains the difference between y equals x plus 5 and y minus x equals 5. The reason they're in quotations is because you can make up any equation. I don't care. Right? It can be plus 7 minus or equals 7, right? I don't care. The idea is to show that this and this are saying the same thing, but they say it in a different way, right? This is talking about the distance between two numbers is 5, right? Whereas this guy right here is saying, look, any number plus 5 will give you the second number. So one way is thinking any number separated by 5. This is saying any numbers that are separated by 5, right? Two ways to say the same thing. One is a little bit easier to understand than the other. Explain why they're there, right? Why is subtraction distance? Why does this represent any two numbers that are separated by 5 as well, right? Evan, what's going on? Oh, got it. Okay, not me, Mac, but other Mac. Okay. Explain why x minus 5 equals 3 can be shown on a number line, but y minus x equals 3 is better shown on the coordinate plane. So for this, we have some number minus 5 is always 3. You can guess what that number is, right? There's only one number that works for that. That's why it's good to show it on the on a number line. No big deal. Draw a little number line here. Here's x, and when you take 5 away from it, let's actually move x over here. When you take 5 away from it, you get 3. Right? We can show that in a number line, it's no big deal. Whereas y minus x equals 3 looks like the same thing here, right? Something minus something equals a number, something minus something equals a number. Why is that better to be shown on a coordinate plane, this guy? Right? Probably because there's not just one solution. This guy has lots of possible solutions. This is any two numbers separated by 3, right? And what will that look like? Any two numbers separated by 3 will look like that, right? That's all the possible different combinations of numbers you can have that are separated. 0 and 3, 1 and 4, 2 and 5, etc., etc. And then lastly, explain what each part of this means. So again, it's in quotations because you can fill it up, right? You can put a 2 here and a 1 there or whatever. Explain what this does to the pattern. So we learned recently that, again, if I take this guy and rewrite him, the pattern is that, look, it's all the numbers separated by 3. That's what this guy tells us, right? And then over here, the number next to the x, so the m, you guys have seen this before, right, with pre-algebra. That number over here is talking about how much x and y increase by, right, their relationship. So if we had something like y equals 2x plus 1, we would know that the relationship is all the numbers separated by 1. So starting out like 0, 0 and 1, right? And then after that, it's going to increase by 2 versus 1. So x is going to go up by 1, and then the y is going to go up by 2. Right? And notice if you plug in 1, you do get 3. Right? That's going to be the pattern that's representing. Another thing that you might want to get into is what if m is, so this is kind of like a bonus that I would go for. M equals a fraction. What does that mean? Right, we talked about that where it's like 2/3, right, where y goes up by 3 but x goes up by 2. So we get some really weird numbers here, but we can kind of skip ahead. Do you remember that when we did that? Yeah, skip ahead. So if we went up by, let's say this is 2/3. What we'd be doing, one way of looking at it is saying, look, x goes up by 1, y goes up by 2/3. But then this gets gross, right? Another way to look at it is, look, what if we cut to the chase and x instead goes up by 2, this number up here. So it's going from 0 to 2. That means y would go up by 3. In other words, it would be 4. Am I screwing that up? 2, go up by 2, this goes up by 3. I goofed that. This goes up by 3. And then this goes up by 2. And you'll notice if we had continued this pattern, right? In between here we get 2, comma 2 and a third, right? And then here we go up to 3, 3, and it'd be a nice number again. Right? If we think of this not as a fraction, but as a relationship between x and y, it's a lot easier to get nice points, and that makes it easier to graph, right? Remember, it's rise over run. I made a mistake earlier. That 2 has to do with the y value, the 3 has to do with the x value, horizontal and vertical. So explaining that would be pretty cool. So the plan for today, if you haven't noticed, we have a 2:30 dismissal. So I've heard from some of you that you're worried about having more homework than you normally do with coronavirus. And now I'm thinking that with us having a dismissal at 2:30 and not 1:05, that you might have even more homework this week than you usually do. I don't know if you will or if you won't, but I thought you might. And I didn't want Wednesday on top of all of this that you might have extra homework to make Wednesday kind of a rough day, right, with the portfolio stuff. So what I wanted to do today was give you guys the option in class to work on your portfolio the whole time. So Jordan, you want to work on your portfolio? Fantastic, you can get that out of the way, and then if you get extra homework, it's no big deal, right? Or at least it won't affect this class. Everyone at home, you're going to work on your portfolio as well. If you have questions, I'm going to keep the stream running, and I can give you some help on this type of stuff and how you might want to show that. I know some of you have already started working on this stuff, so go check out some other people's posts. I want this portfolio not to be stressful for everybody. I want it to be something where it's not just homework by another name. It's better than homework. It's better than tests. It shows your understanding. We get some feedback on here. It's about the learning. I don't want you to be stressed over this. So if you are stressed over this or don't know what to do and you're worried about that grade, you need to come talk to me. I'll have a sign-up sheet soon online. I'll send you an email for time slots for Wednesday. Remember, I need to say A-Day people, all A-Day people, and B-Day people that didn't meet with me last time. They need to sign up for a time slot. Those time slots will be 10 minutes, I think. The sooner you get this stuff written out and put into bold, the better, because then I can go look at it and read it ahead of time. And I'm not reading it during the portfolio conference, which means you'll have to do a lot less talking. Because if I get there and I haven't read it yet, then you've got to tell me what it's all about, and you got to do a lot of talking. But if I've already read it, then you've kind of already done the talking already, right? What you wrote is what you're going to say, and then I'll be able to respond to it. Try to get that stuff done soon, get a good start on this stuff. If you have questions about what I'm looking for or what I want to talk about, now's the time to ask them. I know most of you are online today. I'll do attendance now for all the kiddos at home. Whoops, that's not the right one. I want this one. All right, so let's do 10D. All right, so algebra. Who have I seen and who have I not? So I've seen Cameron, Evan, Leah, Mac, and Haley. I have not seen Kaylee. Unless you're trying to tell me that Kaylee is here, Cameron. Camden is here. Camden, did you catch all the stuff that I was talking about earlier? Or should I go over that again? It's okay if you didn't. I don't see Sebastian. Yeah, no chicken. No McChicken, no Sebastian. But I did see Haley, I did see Jordan. Both McDonald boys. Camden, Leah, and McKinley. Gotcha. Camden, are you good to go, or do you need me to repeat the announcements I made at the beginning of class? I want to make sure you know what you're getting yourself into. Today we're just working on portfolio stuff and answering questions. That's the stuff on the board that I need you to talk about more or less. Anything in quotation marks is you can make your own problem up. Like I just randomly made up x minus 5 equals 3. Same thing with the y equals 2/3 x plus 1. I just wanted it explained. Otherwise, I'm going to keep the stream on. And if you guys have any questions, I'm here. Cool. Alright, now's the time when I go around the classroom and I ask all the kids if you're okay. Hi. Feel like you know what you need to do and you're going to be fine with it? Feel like, is that scary, or are you like, yeah, it's fine? Awesome. So Jordan, and I'll let you go in a second. Get to work. Do you feel like the way we've gone about this, do you feel like you've learned? Or at least understood what was going on? Maybe you knew it already. Do you feel like you understand what's going on? It's working for you? Okay. And I can't remember if I've asked you this. Do you normally consider yourself a math person? Like, oh, I like math, or I'm good at math.
Let me know if you're not, because the whole point of this is to make you guys feel all right. So yeah, if you guys want to just bail and go get working on that, that's fine. If you want to keep me on in the background, I don't care. I'm going to keep it on. I just need you guys to work on your portfolio to make sure Wednesday goes smoothly. Do not delay on this, because you could show up to school tomorrow and end up with a crap ton of homework. I have no idea from your other teachers. And then you're trying to do that plus the Wednesday stuff. Don't want to do that. If there's ever a situation where you're like, I've got 5 tests on Wednesday, Mr. Matt, can I not do this then? Just talk to me and we'll figure out something else, okay? Again, I don't want this to be stressful for you guys. This should be something that you guys are like relieved to do, and it's just focusing on the learning. You don't have to worry. And most of you guys have really taken advantage of that in a good way. And I'm excited about that. So anyway, if you want to get out of here, go ahead. Straighten out this camera a little bit. Sebastian, how nice of you to join us. So, Sebastian, you didn't meet with me last week, so we're gonna have to talk. Sebastian, this Wednesday, I need to see you because you're an 8A person for your portfolio, but I also need to see you not just for this stuff that's on the board, but also the stuff that you owe me from last time we never met together. So I'll have a sign-up sheet online that I'll email out to you eventually, and you'll sign up for a 10-minute time slot, and then we gotta have that portfolio going. So how's that going for you? Do you have any entries? Do you have any of that stuff? Last I looked, you really didn't. Let me explain what I'm looking for here. We talked about this in class, right? Y equals x plus 5 versus y minus x equals 5. They're really the same thing, right? You can just add that x over. It's the same equation, just 2 different ways of looking at it. One way is talking about how the difference between 2 numbers is 5, whereas the other is this number is always 5 bigger than that one, right? So it ends up being the same thing, right? But it's a different way of saying the sentence, right? I can say I went to the store by saying I went to the store, or I can say something like, this is a terrible example. I can say something like, after I went to the gym, I went to the store. It gets the same point across, right? I went to the store. One way is just a little more different than the other. This is the distance between 2 numbers, 5. This number is always 5 bigger than this number. Same way of saying it. Or a different way of saying it, the same thing's accomplished. Then we asked about why does x minus 5 equal 3 work on a number line, right, like this. But y minus x equals 3 is probably better shown in a coordinate plane. Has something to do with, you know, x here is one answer and one answer only. It's 8 particularly answered, whereas this one can be lots of possible answers, and the best way to show that is to show it on the coordinate plane. Because we've tried to show all possible answers on a number line, we just ended up coloring in the whole line. Whereas here, we can see what answers work and what answers clearly do not, right, with the blank spaces. On top of that, I want one last thing. I want you to talk about this, what each part means. So for instance, this part right here shows us where our pattern starts, right? When x is 0, y will be 1. So our pattern starts at 0 and 1. It's going to be starting at where all the numbers are differing by 1. If this were nothing here, then we just continue the pattern. All the numbers that differ by 1. 0 and 1, 1 and 2, 2 and 3, etc., etc. This guy changes that pattern up, right? It tells us how much x and y go up by, the relationship. And we can think of that as adding fractions, 1 plus 2/3 next time, and then add 2/3 again and again and again. Or we can say, look, y goes up by 2, x goes up by 3. So we start here, y goes up by 2, we get 3. X goes up by 3, we get 3. We just keep repeating that pattern. 2 different ways of looking at it. I know this is a lot to just kind of go through real quick, but in theory this should be reviewed, not me teaching it right now. That's why I spend way more time teaching, you know, one of these things per day. But these are the things I'm looking for in your portfolio, in addition to the stuff from last time, right? Where you need to talk about addition, subtraction, or multiplication, one of your choice, right? So Sebastian, I don't even know if you're still there, but if you are, how can I help you make sure you're ready for Wednesday? I'm going to keep the stream going, so if you have any questions about the portfolio, I'm here. But I encourage you to ask them now. Okay. So Sebastian, how can I help you be ready for Wednesday? And again, I would encourage you all to get your posts done soon, because the sooner they're done, the faster I can read them. And if I've read them already, then it'll be easier to get in and out for portfolio conferences for both of us, and you'll have to do less talking, because I'll already know what you want to say. So Sebastian, how's that portfolio stuff coming from last week? Like, is that in the works? I mean, I can look. Let's take a look. And again, don't be afraid to look what other people have done. There is no cheating. Alright, Sebastian is me. We need to really change your name. Okay. I would show where the 11 comes from more clearly, right? The 9 and the 2. And then have this be, like, write that here in between those, and then come down to the 11. Can you talk about why you're allowed to split this stuff up? Like, why it makes sense? That's what I would change. Try to include the video here so we know what you're talking about. Steal that from Classroom. And then I would include the stuff on the board as well, okay? Do you have questions about the stuff on the board and what I'm looking for? You feeling okay about that or no? Let me show you the board again. Okay, well, I'm going to keep myself on here, but if you've got any questions, give them to me, okay? That's exciting. Uh-oh.